Shalom, may peace and thanksgiving offerings be multiplied amongst all the saints. Priest Yardan, Kahan Yardan, bringing forth today's live Shabbat class as we, Abba willing, conclude this series that we've been going through about interdimensional warfare. We've covered Ephesians 6, and we've gone through all the aspects of the armor of Abba Yahweh. And we've rested on the sword of the Spirit for some time now. This is the third part of this specific topic in this series. And so Abba willing will be concluding it today, talking about the sword of the Spirit and bringing it home and talking about the understanding, the full understanding of this. The first part of this class in this series about the sword of the Spirit, we showed what the sword is and how it affects us. This sword is punishment upon the wicked. And in the second series, we show that that punishment can come on both the chosen and the wicked. It comes through the spirit of sin. Through the spirit of sin comes forth sword and punishment upon whoever has sin upon them. The Most High is not a respecter of person. And so if his chosen saints have sin upon them, the sword will indeed strike them. And if the wicked have sin upon them, even doubly so, the sword will indeed strike them. And so we must be mindful of this. And we must yield this and wield this sword of the Spirit rightfully. We talked about how the wicked are accusing the saints. And how Satan is the accuser of their brethren, accusing us before Abba Yahweh day and night without ceasing. And so now the Most High is saying, fight back. He has given us a sword, the Messiah, the Prince. Out of his mouth comes a two-edged sword, sharper than any sword that we know. And we can use it to accuse the wicked who are seeking to accuse us. And that they will topple and not us. That they would not be the head, but we would be the head. And they would be the tail. And they will submit to the authority of the Messiah, the Prince, who shall rule with a rod of iron over the nations. And so a question was posed, which was on point last week, asking, does this sword strike the saints too? And absolutely it does. And that's what we're going to get into today. Unfortunately, it does. And we're going to get into that. Fortunately, but unfortunately as well. So I'm joined today by my readers, Kahan Uriah on my right, and also on my left, Kahan Rashim. And we're going to get into today's topic on the sword of the Spirit, part 3. So let's pick it up in Psalms 149 and pick up in the first verse. We're going to get one of the priests to go and read that. Go ahead, Priest Rashim, Kahan Rashim, and then if you'll get Ezekiel 8, Kahan Uriah.
Psalms 149 and verse 1. Praise ye the Most High. Sing unto the Most High a new song, and his praise in the congregation of the saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For the Most High Abba Yahweh take pleasure in his people. He will beautify the meek with salvation. Let the saints be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds.
So we are charged to give praise and worship to Abba Yahweh. And this should be a joyful event. We're filled with mirth and celebration. But let's not be drunken with that, because there's two aspects of this. What else?
Let the high praises of Abba Yahweh be in their mouth.
Let the praise of Abba Yahweh be in our mouths, but what's in our hands?
And a two-edged sword in their hand.
And a two-edged sword in their hands to strike vengeance on the wicked. Read on. He's going to tell us that.
Verse 7. To execute vengeance upon the heathen and punishments upon the people.
We shall praise Abba Yahweh with our mouths, but in our hands we shall yield or wield that two-edged sword to execute vengeance upon the wicked, those who had go wayward from Abba Yahweh and his commandments, and punishment upon those who do not love and worship Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 8. To bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron. To execute upon them the judgment written. This honor have all his saints.
This honor have all the saints. Every one of the saints can wield this ability if we worship Abba Yahweh in this proper order and go through his priesthood. We will all have a hand to play in what we talked about last week, being the battle axe of Abba Yahweh, to accuse the wicked and to vex them and bring them into punishment and into captivity who have led into captivity. Let's drop that. Let's go to Ezekiel 8:1.
And it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat in mine house, and the elders of Judah sat before me, that the hand of the Most High fell there upon me.
And unfortunately, this sword is not just going to be used on the nations or the strangers. This sword is going to have to come upon our own house. Ezekiel is saying, I am sitting before the elders of Judah, and the Spirit of the Most High fell upon me and gave me a vision. Let's see what he says. Let's read on.
Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness as the appearance of fire, from the appearance of his loins even downward, fire, and from his loins even upward, as the appearance of brightness, as the color of amber. And he put forth the form of a hand, and took me by a lock of mine head, and the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heaven, and brought me in the visions of Abba to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looketh toward the north.
So this inner gate that looks toward the north, he's not talking about just a random gate in the city. He's talking about the gate to the tabernacle, the gate to the temple of Abba Yahweh. And so the Spirit of the Most High took him there. And what did he see there?
Where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoketh to jealousy.
Even the elders of Judah, the elders of Israel, have brought into the house of Abba Yahweh the image of jealousy. Anybody know what is the image of jealousy? What is that? That's accurate. Idolatry. But specifically what? Is it idolatry like they built a temple somewhere in the countryside and started worshiping Most High or deities, or what is it? This image of jealousy specifically. You're in the ballpark. Anybody? You got it? Yeah, they built something. Yeah, what did they build? It is idolatry, but it is that abomination of desolation. It is them putting idolatry in the temple of Abba Yahweh that will make the Most High jealous. Remember, he's in the temple. He's in the temple seeing this. And the elders of Israel have set up idolatry. They did what Manasseh did, what the Greeks did. Brought an altar to their idols and sacrificed upon that on top of Abba Yahweh's altar. And so this provoked Abba Yahweh to jealousy, where it was no longer contained. He was not saying, I can be merciful when you go and worship idols outside. They brought it in the house of Abba Yahweh. Let's jump down to the 6th verse.
He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth here?
That the house of Israel even is committing here. And these are not just common people of Israel. Earlier, he said he was with the elders of Judah. These are the top people. These are supposed to be the leaders committing abominations. And Most High is saying, the angels are saying, do you see? Let's read on.
That I should go far off from my sanctuary, but turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abomination.
Turn ye again, and you're going to see even greater abominations. Let's read on.
And he brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall.
All right. Jump down to verse 11.
And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel.
Once again, the ancients or the elders, the ones who have age on them, who are supposed to be a shining light to Israel. He saw them, and what were they doing?
And in the midst of them stood Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan.
And if we looked in the genealogies of Israel, we will see Shaphan in the Exodus from Babylon. We see his lineage being traced as one of the members of the priesthood. These are people of the priesthood. Read on.
With every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up,
burning up incense to their idolatry. This is the stock of Israel, the chosen, the not just common people. These are the priests engaging in high levels of abomination. These are the elders, the leaders, who are supposed to be a light bring forth darkness in the house. Let's read on.
Verse 12. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark? Every man in the chamber of his imagery.
Every man in his chamber of imagery. Every man internally is supposed to go to the temple and worship Abba Yahweh. And yet you have these men who are supposed to be light to Israel, defiling the temple that is within, defiling the chamber of imagery. And upon defiling the chamber of imagery, what do they say about it? Do they say this is a significant thing? This is my mind. This is where I access the heavenly realm. Or what do they say about it?
For they say, the Most High seeth us not, for the Most High hath forsaken the earth.
The Most High don't see what's going on in my mind. He doesn't try and prove the heart. They're thinking about it carnally. And as we mentioned, being carnally minded is to be at enmity with Abba Yahweh. You're thinking the Most High just sees what's here on the plane. You think he only sees with the eyes of men. Absolutely not. The Most High can see what's on earth and what's in heaven in your chamber of imagery. And he can see that even amongst Israel, the chosen, the people who are to be light to the congregation, their chamber of imagery is defiled. Let's read on.
He said also unto me, turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do.
And turn again, and you shall see even greater. It wasn't enough they set up idols in the temple. It wasn't enough that in their chamber of imagery, their mind, their secret place where they see pictures, which is your mind, that they defiled it. They went on to do even greater abominations. Jump down to the 18th verse. Uriah.
Therefore will I also deal in fury. Mine eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in mine ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them.
That's a sad case. Most High said, because of all these great abominations, I will slay you with the sword. Even Israel, even my chosen. And I won't spare, I won't have pity. Because I gave you ample opportunity. I sent the prophets and you killed them, as we went through last week. Pashur was smiting Jeremiah because he wasn't saying something that he liked. And so these people who had no pity will receive no pity. These people who spared not shall not be spared. And that goes to the house of Israel along with the nations. Let's go to Ezekiel 9:1. Let's go to the next chapter, first verse.
He cried also in mine ears with a loud voice, saying, cause them that have charge over the city to draw near, even every man with his destroying weapon in his hand.
Bring forth the angels with the sword of the Spirit to come against even the house of Israel, against the city where the Most High placed his name, Jerusalem. This shows you the Most High is not a respecter of person. He could have easily said, Adam, my son, I won't punish you. But he did. He could have said, Azazel, my son, you were an angel of Most, I won't punish you. But he did. And he could say, Jerusalem, the gem of the earth, the city of peace, my chosen people, Israel, I won't punish you. But he did. And he will continue to do that until there is righteousness in the hearts of the people. Let's read on. Every man came forth with his destroying weapon. Read on.
And behold, 6 men came from the way of the higher gate, which lieth toward the north, and every man a slaughter weapon in his hand. And one man among them was clothed with linen, with a writer's inkhorn by his side. And they went in and stood beside the brazen altar.
Once again, they are in the house of Abba Yahweh. They went with a writer's inkhorn and a sword. Who is written in this book of life? Who is attending at this brazen altar and not engaging at the abominations that even the children of Israel are setting up? Let's read on.
And the glory of the Most High Abba of Israel was gone up from the cherub, whereupon he was to the threshold of the house. And he called to the man clothed with linen, which had the writer's inkhorn by his side. And the Most High said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
So the Most High's sword is precise. Go to everybody who sighs and cries and sees the abominations and the house of Abba Yahweh being defiled, and put a mark in their forehead and spare them. But what is on the flip side? Let's go and read on Uriah in the What verse were you in?
Verse 5.
And
to the others he said in mine hearing, go ye after him through the city and smite. Let not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity.
But on the other hand, go forth with the sword of the Spirit and smite. Chop them up, slice them in two, and don't have any pity, even on the house of Israel. Let's read on.
Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women. But come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary.
And begin at my sanctuary. Start with the priesthood. Start with the kings, the porters, the singers. Start with them and slay anyone, old or young, male, female. Whoever it is, the Most High has no respect of person. If you are defiled and wicked, you shall not enter into the house of APPAREL. You shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven, whether you are Jew or Gentile. And so the Most High is saying he shall slay, he shall smite, and have no pity, even on his own chosen people. So although we shall be the battle axe to fight the battles of APPAREL, he shall purge it out. And it should be the case. Why would you want a defective weapon in a war? Imagine you're a soldier and your gun keeps jamming. Do you want that? Every few rounds, you got to clear the magazine and rack it back. Who wants that? Right. Or if you had a sword that's dull, who wants that in a battle, in a war? Purge it out, sharpen it out. And when you sharpen something, chips fly off, pieces fly off. That is what the Most High is doing even to the house of Israel. You have something you want to add, Priest?
No, I was just saying, yeah, you're dead if you got a blunt weapon or a weapon on fire. So
absolutely. And this is why the Most High is purging us first. And he said, start at my sanctuary. Read that verse again, Priest.
But come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
And then the angels did indeed begin. They did not wait. The command was given forth, and they went forth and began with Jezaniah. Began with some of the elders. He said, it's over for you, buddy. I see what's going on in your chamber image. You thought the Most High didn't see that Ashari pole, that Christmas tree you had up. You think the Most High didn't see that Easter egg you got. It's over for you. Let's read on.
And he said unto them, defile the house and fill the courts with the slain. Go ye forth. And they went forth and slew in the city.
So he said, defile even the courts. Just like what Solomon did. His brother wanted to hide and say, I'm going on the temple. You ain't going to do nothing to me there, Solomon. Solomon said, I already know what Ezekiel's going to do, what the angels are going to do. They don't spare you even in the courts of APPAREL. So I'm going to go and act that vengeance because your heart, your soul is wicked.
Yeah. You wicked anyway.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And you wicked for trying to use something righteous as a protection for a wicked person. Absolutely not. Slay him on the brazen altar and purify it again so we can use it again. Yeah. And the same thing the angels did. Even those in the house of APPAREL, even those in the courts of APPAREL, even those at the brazen altar, even those at the sanctuary. The sword shall come upon those whose hearts are not wicked, whose chambers of imagery are darkened. And they say, Abba don't see it. He doesn't know. He absolutely does know. Jump down to the 11th verse.
And behold, the man clothed with linen, which had the inkhorn by his side, reported the matter, saying, I have done as thou hast commanded.
And the angel came back and said, I have done it. It is done. The dead are slain, and their bodies are strewn all about. The sword of the Spirit has come upon them. It was already proclaimed and done even from the days of Ezekiel. Let's move over now to the 11th chapter. We're going to go straight to it in the 20th verse. And then, Priest Hashim, we're going to go to Susanna, chapter 1. You had something you want to add?
No.
Okay, come. Let's go to Ezekiel 11, and we'll go straight to the 20th verse.
That they may walk in my statutes and keep mine ordinances and do them. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Abba.
So the Most High sent forth this sword to correct us, not to completely eradicate us, but to turn our hearts back to him, to say, I will be the people of APPAREL, and I will do what he charged us to do. And when we do that, the Most High will come back and say, well, I will be their Appa. I will send my angels to govern and watch over them. But once again, the flip side is still there. Read on.
But as for them whose heart walketh after the heart of their detestable things and their abominations, I will recompense their way upon their own heads, saith the Most High.
But those whose hearts, whose chambers of imagery are filled with detestable things, with abominations set up on high, the Most High said, I will recompense. Rest assured, recompense shall come even upon the chosen saints of Abba Yahweh. And we'll see some examples of that even throughout our history. Even after Ezekiel, we see Susanna, the same thing happening at that point, that the children of Israel, their hearts were wicked and they had to be purged out. Susanna 1, we'll pick up in the first verse. Rashim.
There dwelt a man in Babylon called Joachim, and he took a wife whose name was Susanna, the daughter of Chelcias, a very fair woman and one that feared the Most High. Her parents also were righteous and taught their daughter according to the law of Moses.
All right, so now we see Israelites who even in Babylon were keeping the covenant of Abba Yahweh to whatever degree they could. They were in captivity, but they said, we must do this charge. And so Susanna had parents who taught her the ways of Moses, the covenants of her forefathers. Let's read on.
Verse 4. Now Joachim was a great rich man and had a fair garden joining it unto his house. And to him resorted the Jews, because he was more honorable than all the others.
So now you had an honorable couple. You had Joachim and Susanna, and he was rich even in his captivity, but he was honorable. Obviously, if Susanna was righteous, keeping the ways of Moses, her husband also. She had righteous parents. They weren't just over there like, oh, yeah, you can get with anybody. Yeah, grab that Babylonian over there. No, they said, you getting an Israelite who's upstanding, who's on point. He was more honorable than all the others. So the Israelites who were in their captivity resorted to him when they were in need. Let's read on.
Verse 5. The same year were appointed two of the ancients of the people to be judges.
Once again, two of the ancients, two of the elders. These were elders, supposedly in spirit, to be judges over the people. Let's read on.
Such as the Most High spake of, that wickedness came from Babylon from ancient judges who seemed to govern the people.
So they seemingly governed the people, but they were wicked, and they took on the customs of the Babylonians. And we'll see that as time goes on. Let's read on.
Verse 6. These kept much at Joachim's house, and all that had any suits in law came unto them. Now then the people departed away at noon. Susanna went into her husband's garden to walk. And the two elders saw her going in every day and walking, so that their lust was inflamed toward her. And they perverted their own mind.
And they perverted their chamber of imagery. So Susanna, being also a fair woman, a good-looking woman, these elders who were supposed to be righteous and upstanding saw that, and instead of saying, let me knock that down from my chamber, let me subdue that with the sword of the Spirit. This is somebody's wife. I ain't about to desire her. They said, nah, she look good. I'm going to let that fester in my chamber of imagery. That should be a lesson to all of us. Satan's going to come and tempt us with whatever it is. Don't let that fester in your chamber of imagery. If we were to read on, we would see they just let this sit there. They would think about this for days, for weeks, for months. Yeah, no, they didn't even talk with each other. They didn't talk with each other until they said, oh, we're going to go home. And they both came back and, oh, you back here? What you doing? At the garden. What you doing? Yeah, and then they start talking, and then that sin that was in both of them started to, they said, oh, let's hatch a plan. We in this together. Instead of removing that spirit of sin, using the sword of the Spirit, having upon them the armor of light, there were weak vessels that Satan could enter into. Let's finish that verse up. Priest Rashim.
Latter part of verse 9. And turned away their eyes that they might not look unto heaven, nor remember just judgments.
They did not look up to heaven, nor did they remember the judgments of Abba Yahweh. They did not seek spiritual guidance to conquer this flesh. They let the flesh do whatever they wanted it to do. Let's jump down to the 41st verse, Rashim, and pick it up there. Once again, I'm sure a lot of the saints have read over this. If you haven't, though, definitely a good read. Let's read on, verse 41.
Then the assembly believed them as those that were the elders and judges of the people. So they condemned her to death.
And so now these people that were as Satan, appearing as angels of light, but instead were ravening wolves, they believed them. And so they brought up a charge. Essentially what happened was they said Susanna rejected them. She was a woman of the covenant. She said, absolutely not. I'm not going to commit adultery. And then they said, well, we're going to make up a lie. You got two choices. You can take us, these two old, decrepit men, or we can say some young man was here once your husband left. And she said, I don't care. I'd rather be judged by man than be judged by Abba Yahweh. Yeah, exactly. Two wrinkly old judges. Or we can make up a lie. And so they spread this lie, brought her up on charges, and the people, seeing them as judges who were supposed to be righteous, they said, okay, it must be true. And they condemned her to death. Let's read on.
Verse 42. Then Susanna cried out with a loud voice and said, O everlasting Abba Yahweh, that knowest the secrets and knowest all things before they be, thou knowest that they have borne false witness against me, and behold, I must die.
All right. For time's sake, let's jump down to verse 45. And so Susanna cried out and prayed to Abba Yahweh. And immediately this happened.
Therefore, when she was led to be put to death, the Most High raised up the Holy Spirit of a young youth whose name was Daniel.
This is when Daniel starts to come on the scene. The Most High put the Spirit upon him. Just like we saw last week, Balaam was a young man, 15. And the Spirit, not of the Most High, but of sin came upon him.
Nation hopper.
Exactly. Just like Gideon. At a young age, the Spirit of sin came upon him. But the Most High chose to do the same. We see Jeremiah as a young man, Spirit was put upon him. And even Daniel, as a young man, the Spirit of the Most High was placed upon him to bring forth righteous judgment. Let's jump down to verse 51, priest.
Verse 51. Then said Daniel unto them, put these two aside, one far from another, and I will examine them.
So he said, children of Israel, do we not examine when things go awry? What does the scriptures tell us to do? Search diligently to see if it's true. So Daniel said, let's do what the Spirit of wisdom is saying. Search diligently. Put one over here, put him in a room, make sure he can't hear what's going on, and bring up the other one. Let's read on.
Verse 52. So when they were put asunder one from another, he called one of them and said unto him, O that thou art waxen old in wickedness, now thy sins which thou hast committed aforetime are come to light.
You are wicked. The Spirit has already judged. I'm just doing this for the people. I already see that you are wicked, and all your works that you have done are wicked. And you have gotten old age in straight wickedness. Let it come to light before all the people. Let's read on.
Verse 53. For thou hast pronounced false judgment and hast condemned the innocent and hast let the guilty go free. Albeit the Most High saith, the innocent and righteous shalt thou not slay.
And so this is not their first rodeo. Yeah. They've been doing this several times. Mm-hmm. They've been doing false judgments, whether it be condemning the righteous or letting the guilty go free. They've been doing this throughout their ages. Let's read on.
Verse 54. Now then, if thou hast seen her, tell me, under what tree sawest thou them companying together?
Now to us in this modern society, we'd be like, I don't know. It was a tree with branches and leaves. I don't know. But to an ancient judge in Israel, when we were still agrarian, that was an easy thing. I know all the trees. And obviously, them being proud and liking their image, they had to be, man, that's an easy question. I know all the trees out there. I know all, I'm studied. That was a mastic tree, brother. Clear as day. Read on.
Who answered, under a mastic tree. Verse 55. And Daniel said, very well. Thou hast lied against thy own head, for even now the angel of Abba Yahweh have received the sentence of Abba to cut thee in two.
And Daniel already knew. I already seen it in the spirit. You are lying. Put him to the side. Let's read on.
Verse 56. So he put him aside and commanded to bring the other and said unto him, O thou seed of Canaan and not of Judah.
O you seed of Canaan, not of Judah. This is what happens when your chamber of imagery is wicked. What did Ezekiel say? Your sister is Sodom. You are calling yourself Israel and Judah, but you are more related to Sodom than you are to Israel. And he's saying the same thing to this person. You are of the seed of Canaan, not of the seed of Judah. This is what the Canaanites do. This is what the Babylonians do. This is not what Judah and Israel does. Let's read on.
Continuing in verse 56. Beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thine heart. Thus have ye dealt with the daughters of Israel, and they for fear companied with you. But the daughter of Judah would not abide your wickedness.
He said, this is how you dealt with the daughters of Israel. And you had some sway, and they kind of submitted to you, and you thought you had some power. But the daughters of Judah ain't going to be the case. Let's read on.
Verse 58. Now therefore tell me, under what tree didst thou them company together?
Now tell me, and before all the people, and don't talk to your buddy over there, tell us what tree. You know your trees, right? Of course, I'm an elder in Israel. Of course, I know all the trees, and I know all the plants. I'm studied in Israel. What? Okay, what tree were they under?
Who answered, under a home tree.
All the people gasp. What? Under a home tree. Read on.
Verse 59. Then said Daniel unto him, well, thou hast also lied against thine own head. For the angel of Abba waiteth with the sword to cut thee in two.
The angel of Abba has a sword of the Spirit ready to check even you, you judges of Israel. The Most High is ready to cut you in two with the sword of the Spirit. Read on.
That he may destroy you.
That he may destroy you because you have perverted your hearts, your chamber of imagery, and also the people, and enacted wicked judgment instead of the righteous judgment of Abba. You are as your sister Sodom. And we saw that in classes before. How in Sodom, they weren't just engaged in some LGBTQ stuff. It wasn't simply that. But they were wicked judges. Mm-hmm. Look what happened when they bashed Abraham's servant up the head and bleeding. Yeah. And he took him up on charges saying, I cleared out the bad blood. And the judge said, yeah, he spoke right. He cleared out the bad blood. You owe him. Pay him some money. That was wicked judgment. We already know what Eleazar did. Let him bash you up the side of the head, and you pay him. I'm out. We see wicked judgment. People perverting righteousness. And when that happens, the Most High is not slack with the sword. Let's read on. Let's actually read that 59th verse again.
Then said Daniel unto him, well, thou hast also lied against thine own head. For the angel of Abba waiteth with the sword to cut thee in two, that he may destroy you.
And the Most High said the angels are dispatched right now, this moment, to cut you in two. The same thing that happened to Ezekiel. The judges, the elders of Israel, had their chamber of imagery darkened. And the Most High said, send forth he with the anchor horn and with the destroying weapon, and destroy even of the house of Judah, even of the house of Israel, the priesthood even. Jump down to verse 62, and then we're going to go to Hebrews 4. Uriah.
Verse 62. And according to the law of Moses, they did unto them in such sort as they maliciously intended to do to their neighbor, and they put them to death.
And so the children of Israel were the Balaks of Abba, and they enacted the judgment that even the angels shall do in spirit. Oh, okay. What was the charge you wanted to bring to Susanna? You wanted to put her to death? You want to chop her head off? You want to gouge her eyeballs out? We're going to do all that to you. Mm-hmm. Whatever you wanted, we're going to do that to you. And they did it. Bringing up images of Django. The slave owner's like, stop. We're going to be cool. And all the slaves that are being free come back and say, I'm enacting some judgment on you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All of them swarming and saying, we're going to enact some judgment because you have corrupted righteousness. Let's go to Hebrews 4. Pick up in the first verse. Uriah.
Let us therefore fear, lest the promise being left us of entering into his rest, any of you should seem to come short of it.
Let us all be fearful and be in awe and reverence of Abba, because we're not greater than even these great, high, ancient elders and judges. It wasn't just because these people were weak. It was because they allowed sin to enter into them. And if they had all the information, all the studies, who are we as new people Even in Babylon, we see Israel had their communities. They had their land. They understood to a degree their covenant. What do we have? And in 70 years, they still were losing some of that. We going on, 4 or 5 centuries, actually really a millennia or two, going on 2 millennia, having lost our culture from the days of the destruction of the temple after the crucifixion of the Messiah to today, going on 2 millennia of missing our culture. Who are we versus these elders who knew the covenant, who were only a generation removed from it? It was such a, I don't want to say short period, but compared to us, it was such a short period that there were people who lived during the time of Zedekiah, who saw the temple and saw it being destroyed, who lived throughout the entire captivity of Babylon and came out and saw them building the house again. They lived, maybe 80, 90 years? Mm-hmm. Who's living 1,000, 2,000 years? None of us have seen the temple that was physically in Jerusalem during the time of the Messiah. So who are we? Let's all be fearful. And let's all be reverent. Understand that this body can easily be persuaded by sin and Hasatan. And it can come even into the house of Abba Yahweh. Read that verse again, Uriah.
Verse 1, Hebrews 4 and verse 1. Let us therefore fear, lest the promise being left us of entering into his rest.
A promise was given to us. As we mentioned in the series of faith, a promise was given to Adam that he shall enter into rest again. And that promise has been with us for these 6,000 years, even up to the 7th. But you can lose that promise. Mm-hmm. That promise can be taken from you. This is opposite to the Christian doctrine. Once it's promised, it's a promise. It cannot be taken away. A gift can't be taken away. That's not true. Don't let that promise be taken away from you. Read on.
Any of you should seem to come short of it.
You might come short of it. You might be like these judges who lived, obviously they were righteous to a certain extent. If they were, let's just say they were 80, maybe they lived 40 years being righteous. And at 41, Satan started to talk to them and started to wear them down. Then at 42, they started getting a little weaker and started getting a little more lax. And before you know it, by 50, they're all wicked. And so we can all fall short of it. Let us not do that, because the Most High, once again, is not slack with the sword. He's merciful and patient, but he will use that sword even against the chosen.
Yeah, I was going to say, priest, it's even worse now. The war on the chamber imagery of the saints, AI and that whatever, that's out now can definitely persuade you or move you into wickedness and get you off the path.
Absolutely. With all the technology and everything they have today, it's so easy to defile your chamber of imagery. I just heard in the new 2026 Jeeps, they about to start rolling out ads on the infotainment center. Sometimes people drive just to get some solace in the chamber imagery.
Right.
Sometimes they're driving just to get away from things. And you might be driving, you're just observing the beauty, and you're thinking and pondering on the Heavenly Father. And all of a sudden you hear, doot, 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 we are farmers. Doot, doot, doot. What?
Yeah.
I'm trying to meditate. I'm trying to think.
Right.
And you're playing ads in my car. You can have your think. You might have left your phone just trying to meditate. Your car is playing ads. This is how off the society has gone. How much they're trying to defile your chamber of imagery. And some of those ads are completely wicked. Some of those ads are the complete abomination, and they got them playing in your vehicle. Everybody should get them something like before 2015 and stick with that, because it's just getting worse and worse. Actually, another thing they're saying is they're going to mandate, I think it's still in 2026, every new vehicle is going to have an engine lock on it that the police can tap into. Yes, absolutely. Every new vehicle, I think in 2026, they passed something maybe like 2 years ago saying that at that point, I don't know if it's been repealed or changed or what, but that was the last thing I heard on it, they are going to put locks on your, and also I heard they're playing with the idea of putting breathalyzers in your car, where if you had a little drink, and you might be good, you might still be okay, you breathing that, your car is shut down.
Yeah.
An abomination. They're trying to control you. I understand trying to prevent drunk driving. But you are going too far. You can't legislate morality.
Uh-huh.
And yet they're trying to do that. They're trying to play ads in your car. They're trying to defile your chamber of imagery by any means possible. Or, as the Pharisees did, shut you up so that you don't go into the kingdom of heaven. Everything is about stimulating your mind. You'll never be at a place where your mind can just be at ease and can leave this body that weighs down the soul, that muses on many things. It's always got to be thinking on something. Sometimes I like to drive and turn my radio off. I don't like to hear nothing.
Yeah. Right.
I like to just be in my zone and let my mind meditate. They're talking about putting ads even in your car. There's no solace anywhere. Now you got Amazon Alexa and Google Home and all that kind of stuff doing the same thing, listening to everything you say, everything you talk about so they can advertise to you.
Right.
They are, as Priest Rashim said, defiling your chamber of imagery. It's extremely hard these days. With all the opinions and everything that's going out on social media and everywhere, your chambers of imagery are easily being defiled and corrupted. So let us be mindful that we can all fall short of this rest. So let us stand strong and not be like these judges, not be like the house of Israel in the days of Ezekiel, whose chambers of imagery were defiled. Let's stand strong with the sword of the Spirit to bring down all those strongholds and not have it come upon us. Let's read on, Kahan, Uriah.
Verse 2 in Hebrews 4. For unto us was the gospel preached, as well as unto them.
The gospel was preached unto us. The good news of the new peace offerings, of going into rest, was preached unto us, as well as unto them. There was nobody who we're reading about who it was not preached to. Even these judges, they knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they sold themselves short. Read that verse again.
For unto us was the gospel preached, as well as unto them. But the word preached did not profit them, not being mixed with faith in them that heard it.
Not being mixed with the faith they receive. They did not operate in that system of faith as we've broken down several times here at the House of Wisdom. They did not incorporate that. And they said, I heard the promise. That's 5,000 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to live my life up.
I get this money.
Exactly. I'm about to, get some gain. Trying to live for this life, not the next. Let's read on.
Can I add something, Priest?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's powerful there where it says not being mixed with faith. I think, Kahan Uriah did the class on that. Above all, was the most important piece of the armor that they didn't possess, and they succumbed. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
They did not adorn themselves with the armor of light. And when you don't have that armor, once again, you become a soft target to Hasatan and his wiles and his deception, his fiery darts. Why would you take down your armor? As we mentioned, only a fool would do that. Only somebody deceived would say, in the middle of a battlefield, I'm going to take off this armor.
Yeah.
I'm going to step outside this tank that has a bunch of armor and munitions. I'm going to step outside and I'm going to run up to the... Why? Stay where there's protection, where there is defense. And as Kahan Rashim brought out perfectly, bring up the shield of faith. And with that, you shall not fall short of the promise. But if you let that armor down, you let your guard down for a second, it can be over just that quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's read on, Kahan.
For we which have believed do enter into rest.
We which were faithful shall receive that rest. Read on.
As he said, I have sworn in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest, although the works were finished from the foundation of the world. For he spake in a certain place of the seventh day on this wise, and the Most High did rest the seventh day from all his works.
So just as the Most High in the days of creation at the seventh age rested, so shall he give even to Adam rest. Let's read on.
And in this place again, if they shall enter into my rest.
And once again, in that place again, the place where Adam was initially, that Garden of Eden, the great walled city, the tabernacle in heaven. The Most High shall bring us there and allow us to enter into his rest if, and only if, we don't fall short and have with us the whole armor of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Seeing therefore it remaineth that some must enter therein, and they to whom it was first preached enter not in because of unbelief.
Some will enter in, but some because they did not mix this promise with faith. They did not have the shield of faith. Many also shall not enter into the rest. Let's read on.
Again, he limiteth a certain day, saying in David.
Saying even in David. David talked about this. Let's go pick up where David was talking about the same thing that Paul is talking about in Psalms 95, verse 6. Come on, Rasheem, but let's finish up that verse.
Today, after so long a time, as it is said, today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your hearts.
Harden not your hearts. And receive faith so you can enter into rest. But if you do not, if you rebel, Most High said, surely you will not enter into my rest. David talked about the exact same thing. Let's get Psalms 95, verse 6.
O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Most High, Abba Yahweh, our Maker. For he is our Abba, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation.
Harden not your heart, just like we saw earlier in Hebrews 4. Harden not your heart, as in the days when the forefathers who also received this same promise provoked Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
And as in the day of temptation in the wilderness.
This is when it happened. The days of temptation in the wilderness. This is when the children of Israel were making their exodus out of Egypt. They were promised rest, yet they provoked Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 9. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways.
40 years the Most High grieved with them, and they did not know the ways of Abba Yahweh. And they provoked the Most High, even though he showed them faith, proof and evidence of the heavenly realm. They did not take up their shield of faith. They still let Satan come with his wiles and his fiery darts to make them chide and to make them backbite and doubt and be fearful when they ought not to be. We're going to finish that up, but let's go to Numbers 11. On Uriah, and we're going to pick up in the 4th verse. Let's finish up that Psalms 95.
Verse 11. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest.
The Most High said, swearing in his wrath that they, who even though I've shown signs and wonders, and I have been with them as an Abba Yahweh in heaven, and set my angels to govern over them, they still provoked me. They still chided. They still chanted. They still had wicked judgment in their hearts. And I swore that I shall send my sword and cut them off from being a nation, and they shall not enter into my rest. Let's get that in Numbers 11 and 4. We won't have time to go through Exodus, where we see them initially getting, for example, the manna. Chiding and saying, Most High brought us into the wilderness to starve to death? I'd rather be in Egypt eating leeks and melons. Most High said, what's wrong with these people?
Yeah.
You don't see the great plagues I put in Egypt? I've destroyed all of their cattle, all of their grain. I've destroyed their firstborn. I destroyed them in the flood. You worried about food? All right, let me give you some manna. Let me give you some manna and be satisfied with that. And even with that, they were tripping. Mm-hmm. When they got the manna, what'd they do? Moses gave them the commandment, say, get it today. You don't need any for tomorrow. It's going to come tomorrow. Get today and that's it. Don't store it up for tomorrow. What do the children of Israel do?
Store it up.
Store it up for tomorrow. I don't know. The Most High is good today. He might not be good tomorrow. Yeah. Brother, what's wrong with you?
Just in case.
Yeah, exactly. I got to hedge my bets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The same thing today. That's why we go vote.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I got Christians talking about I'm going to go vote. Aren't you waiting on Jesus to come save you?
I am, but I'm going to vote anyway.
I got to make it better for me today because Trump is... Brother, you are wicked. You're just like the children of Israel in the wilderness, storing up your manna for 2 days when Moses said, do it one day. And they saw the punishment. It started to breed worms and started to stink and started to rot. Mm-hmm. Then Moses, through the Most High, or the Most High through Moses said, today is the 6th day. You shall get twice, and you shall store up for tomorrow. Don't go up and gather. What did the children of Israel do?
Went up and gathered.
Went up and gathered on the 7th day. Mm-hmm. Still rebelling. You are hard-headed. Do you not see my works? Do you not see that I will provide? Don't you see that even the double that you've collected on the 6th day isn't rotting like it was all the other days? You don't see that? That the Most High is reaping wonders, and you are still doubtful. You have not mingled this promise with faith, with the proof and evidence of Abba Yahweh. And so the children of Israel were stiff-necked in heart, even in all the midst of the promise. Let's go down to Numbers 11 and verse 4. Kahan, you're right.
Can I ask something,
priest?
Priest?
Absolutely.
You know, it's you know, we talk about interdimensional warfare, and you can clearly see oblivion in the spirit of detraction, operating amongst the children of Israel. You know, I think I said it before, but you always wonder, like, you see all of this and you still doing what you're doing? That just lets you know that the spirit of oblivion and madness and detraction was well at work with the children of Israel in this time.
Absolutely. And as Paul said in Hebrews, let us not think we're better than them.
Khan.
I mentioned this before, but they did a study where essentially they were trying to see why did all the Germans essentially follow after the National Socialist Party. And so they did this thing where they got some doctors, or some quote-unquote doctors. All they had on was a white coat. And they said, we're doing a little experiment. You press this button, it's going to shock somebody behind the door. We're doing a scientific experiment, so just follow us. So they pressed the button, and it's like, that's a little zap. Oh, that hurt. And the quote-unquote doctor said, turn the dial up. Press the dial. That hurts, man. Stop. And the doctor said, now turn it all the way up. It hurts. It's painful. Stop. And he said, now turn it up to the max. Now, obviously, it's somebody behind there. He's not really getting shocked. He's just screaming. And so they press the button, and that dude is like, this is painful. And they keep telling him to turn it up until the guy just goes silent. They're like, did I kill him? And they said, like, some high percent, like 70% of all the people listened. They kept going because a doctor was telling them. Mm-hmm. They said, this is why people just listen to whoever they think has authority.
Yeah.
And so people concluded, you know, we always like to look back and Monday morning quarterback, so to speak, and say, I would have never been like that. I would have never done that. Mm-hmm. But if you were in Germany in the late 1930s and the 1940s, you probably would have been a Nazi. Why? Because everybody else was. And because times were good to an extent. And so let's apply that to our culture. If we were back in the times of Exodus, how many of us would have been like the chiding children of Israel? Many of us like to say, I would never have been like that. They some knuckleheads. But there was a lot that got exterminated. A lot of us would have been just like them. Mm-hmm. And so we like to look back and say, I would have never been like that. That's not the case. And just like it was in the time of Moses, it's going to be the same in this Exodus. There's going to be people, as we walk through the Atlantic Ocean that's parting, the Most High is baptizing us. He probably has fish just coming. However the Most High brings us out, there's going to be people saying, what am I doing? I'm walking across an ocean floor. Yeah. I remember I used to go to McDonald's and get my food back in Atlanta. Bring back to Atlanta. There's going to be people just like that. Mm-hmm. I remember back in New York. I used to have the skies. Remember Times Square? What are we doing here? All we got is this pillar of fire for light. What is that? You don't remember Times Square? It was beautiful. Take them back to New York. People are going to be just like that.
With the rats.
Yeah. Big rats taking a whole slice of pizza down the subway. Bring me back to that? No, I'm good. And so, as Paul said in Hebrews, we can all fall short. Let us be circumspect. Let's have the armor of light and don't put it down for a second, because Satan is there like a roaring lion, seeing who he can devour. And he is trying to start at the sanctuary of Abba Yahweh, even amongst his own people. Let's continue on there in Numbers 11, verse 4.
And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting, and the children of Israel also wept again, and said, who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish, which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic.
It's crazy that all the other accounts of Egypt are about oppression and servitude and bondage. These people are reminiscing on their bondage. It's not a Stockholm syndrome. It's the Israelite syndrome. We like to look back at our captivity and say, I love my captor. We're doing the same thing today. Oh, blue, no matter who. I love my captors. I think Al Sharpton just recently put out a petition that we should boycott. Boycott what? Did anybody know what he's talking about boycotting? The whole DEI reversal that Trump is bringing out. And all black people on, I think it was yesterday, February 28th, was supposed to boycott. And don't shop at these stores. Don't do. For DEI.
Yeah.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That black people barely benefit from.
Yeah.
When you look at these colleges and who they're accepting on their DEI list, who is it? You get a little sprinkle of black people here. You get a little bit of women here. But it's Asians. Asians are the ones flooding these colleges. And they're like, oh, we're here in our diversity numbers. We got 552 Asians and 2 black people. We hit the numbers. And yet we're going to boycott this?
Yeah.
We love our captivity.
Mm-hmm.
We are so foolish. I don't care what Trump is doing. Let him run it to the ground.
Yeah.
Let the ship crash so hopefully we can go overboard and get on a life raft and fly off.
Yep.
You know, priest, there's nothing more symbolic, of us loving, our people loving our captivity than the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Brothers running around with flags wrapped around them. Mm-hmm. Women got red, white, and blue in their hair and all this other nonsense. And, just completely oblivious to who we were when we gained, this country gained their independence. You were nothing, property.
They said they do it for Jesus.
Mercy.
It's extremely sad.
That's worse.
Or yeah, exactly. Really loving your captivity.
Yeah.
They even say, it's for whatever. It's because we got the day off. Who doesn't love a cookout? That's what we should be boycotting.
Yeah.
I'm not buying anything that's red, white, or blue. I'm not buying any hot dogs or hamburgers on that day. That's the boycott we should be doing. Not some, I'm boycott, whatever. I'm not shopping at Sam's Club and Target because of DI. That is stupid.
Yeah.
Right.
That is that Stockholm Israelite syndrome. Like you said, 4th of July is insane. Even men in their folly, like Frederick Douglass, could say, what's 4th of July to a slave?
Right.
And yet we celebrate that stuff today. We should be boycotting that on the principle of it. I know you want to celebrate, but that short celebration is nothing in the time span of our history as people here in this country and even before then.
But something that little that like you said, the provocation that it brings our Father, to is, in their minds, they don't even think about it. But the act itself is monumental. In mind of the Most High.
And I'm going to give, the audience a little insight into some of the back end of the House of Wisdom. I'm sure some of us can remember a few years ago, we went out and we thought, okay, it'd be a nice thing to go out with the congregation after the Shabbat. Shabbat was over and we didn't know what day it was. But it was that weekend of so-called July 4th, whatever day it was. Mm-hmm. Their 4th of July. We didn't know. We weren't thinking about it. And Satan struck us hard. That sword came upon us. We felt that wrath. I ain't going to get into the details. If you know, you know. But when we got back out of that situation and we look back, we're like, damn, that was like July 3rd. They were on their 4th of July weekend. And Satan was right there creeping. We were unaware. But now, thankfully, through the mercy of the Most High, he didn't destroy us. He chastened us. We said, we ain't doing that again. So-called 4th of July coming up, what are we doing? Blazing up oblations.
Getting those tights in.
Absolutely. Sacrifice now, but Yahweh. Because they're trying to accuse us even on that day. We might think there's no idolatry tied to it. But there's something just as worse. Serving your enemies who are serving the beast. Who are serving the dragon. And we're submitting to them and their culture. That's just as bad. So the children of Israel in the wilderness were doing the same thing. I miss Egypt. I miss the leeks and the melons. Read that in the 5th verse again, Numbers 11, verse 5, Kahan Uriah.
We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all besides this manna before our eyes.
Jump down to verse 10. How wicked is that? Most High rained down manna angels' food. Children say, what is this? Man, I've been eating this for 5 days straight. I miss the fish. I used to have variety. I used to have cucumbers and melons and leeks. Now I got this manna. My soul loathed this. And the scripture said that when they would make it, it came to whatever the man wanted to taste. If he wanted to taste fish and leeks and melons and cucumbers, he would have tasted that. If he wanted to taste a nice steak from off the brazen altar, he would have tasted that. If he wanted to taste a strawberry cheesecake, it would have been that. But them brothers still loathe it because they put down their armor. They put down that shield of faith. And Satan, all the while, put forth their wiles and the fiery darts. And they succumb to it. Let's jump down to verse 10. On you, right?
Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent. And the anger of the Most High was kindled greatly. Moses also was displeased.
And so the Most High, of course, was angry at this. That the children of Israel were so carnally minded that they were dismayed by the wiles of Hasatan. Let's read on.
And say thou unto the people, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh. We have wept in the ears of the Most High, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Most High will give you flesh, and ye shall eat.
Most High said, okay, I'm going to give you what you want then. You want some flesh? You're tired of the manna? I'll give you something then. Read on.
Verse 19. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month until it come out at your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you.
I'm not just going to give you 1 day of some flesh, or 2 days, or 10, or 5. I'm going to give you a whole month of feasting on that until it becomes loathsome. It's going to be popping out your eyes and your ears everywhere. Let's read on.
Because ye have despised the Most High which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why came we forth out of Egypt?
Jump down to verse 30.
And Moses gat him into the camp, he and the elders, and there went forth a wind from the Most High, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp.
All right, so now they brought forth all the quails, and they all gathered up. And he who gathered less, the least, 10 homers. And I think when they talk about the meat offering, it talks about ephod and how it's a portion of a homer. The Most High's meat offering, he said, don't even give me 1 homer, give me a portion of it. And they gathered up 10. They gathered up in abundance, eating all these 30 days. Let's read on.
Verse 33. And while the fish was yet between their teeth, it was chewed. The wrath of the Most High was kindled against the people, and the Most High smote the people with a great plague.
Even while they were chewing, even while the quail was in the midst of their teeth, Most High sent forth a plague. He sent forth the sword and smote them because of their rebellion, because of their lack of the system of faith. They had all the proof and the evidence of the world, but they were not faithful to Abiyah. And the Most High, even while they picking the quail out their teeth, Most High didn't spare, because he once again will reprove even the house of Israel, even his chosen. Let's, what chapter are you in?
Chapter 11.
You're in chapter 11, right? Let's go to chapter 13. Not long after this, the children of Israel once again rebelling. They did not learn their lesson. Chapter 11, skipping 12, going to 13, and they still are about to rebel. You don't remember when you asked for quails, the Most High gave it to you and smote you because of your wickedness? Even then, you still are stiff-necked and hard-headed? Let's go to Numbers 13, pick up in the first verse. Come on, Uriah.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Send thou men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them.
So let's jump down to verse 23. So now, this is early on in their journey. They have not stumbled on, but the Most High brought them upon the land of Canaan that he promised their fathers. And said, now it's time. Go spy it out. Go check it out and get ready for war. Verse 23.
And they came unto the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes. And they bare it between two upon a staff, and they brought of the pomegranates and of the fig.
The land was so fruitful that one cluster of grapes, 2 men had to carry it. They had to carry that on their back together. That's how fruitful the land was the Most High promised them. Let's read on.
Because of the cluster of the grapes, which the children of Israel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel unto the wilderness of Paran to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them and unto all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, we came unto the land whither thou sent us, and surely it flowed with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it.
They said we came back, and surely, as we talked about, it's a land with bees that pollinate abundantly, and the fruit is enlarged. And there's abundance of cattle. Here's the fruit of it. Here's proof. A cluster of grapes the size, one grape is the size of your head. You're about to have an abundance of yayan. And here's some more fruits, the pomegranates, here's the figs, and all the things that this land is producing. But here comes Satan with doubt, with worry, with his wiles, with his vexation, with the fiery darts. Read on.
Verse 28. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains. And the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan.
So the people said, but it's too scary for us to go. There's some big bad boogeymen out there. You got the giants, you got the Amalekites, you got the Canaanites. It's a little too tough for us to take it right now. Read on.
And Caleb stilled the people before Moses.
Before we go on, we skipped over for time's sake, but if we looked at who he chose, these are not random men. These were chieftains of all the 12 tribes. Chief men, the judges, the elders. They came back and said, it's too scary out there, boss. We ain't going out that way. What happened, verse 30?
And Caleb stilled the people before Moses and said, let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it.
And Caleb and also Joshua came up and said, what are you talking about? You don't remember when the Most High smote Egypt? Moses didn't have to lift up a sword. We're going, look at what we did in all these other places, all the nations that we came across. We went to war and they were toppled. We're the lowest of the people. The Most High is with us. Let's go up at once. Let's go up immediately. The Most High promised it to us. It wasn't just a promise to Moses. It was a promise to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, to all our forefathers. Think the Most High is going to leave us now? Let's read on.
Verse 32.
Verse 31.
But the men that went up with him said, we be not able to go up against the people. They are stronger than us.
Oh, no, young man, no. They stronger than us. There's some big, bad warriors out there. We can't do that. So even though you had a few righteous, you had the remainder of them being wicked and scared to do the work of Abiyah, even though he showed them an abundance of faith. Let's read on.
And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it, it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight.
All right, let's continue on in Numbers 14 and verse 1, Priest Rashim. And then if you would go back to Hebrews 4, Uriah. And so the children of Israel, even these chief men, who had seen all the works in Egypt and coming out of Egypt, fearful. There's giants there. We're like grasshoppers in sight. There's great men of war. We can't take that over. We just need to turn back and go back to Egypt and get some leeks and some melons and some fish. What happened? Let's continue on and see what happened in this history.
Numbers chapter 14 and verse 1. And all the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night.
And they not only perverted their minds, they scared the people. All the congregation was crying and weeping like we came this far just to die, just to go off to war and fall victim to these people in the land the Most High promised us. All the people even were weakened and faint in heart. Let's read on. And not just because of them, because these judges and these elders. Let's read on.
Verse 2. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. And the whole congregation said unto them, Would Abba that we had died in the land of Egypt?
Look at the madness of these people. I would have rather just stayed in Egypt all my life and died there than to go out to this beautiful land and die. Read on.
Or with the Most High we had died in this wilderness. Verse 3. And wherefore hath the Most High Abba brought us unto this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return into Egypt? And they said one to another, Let us make a captain, and let us return into Egypt.
So let's get a new captain. Let's get somebody else to run the ship. Moses, Aaron, Joshua, Caleb, y'all tripping. Let's get somebody else, and let's get a mission back to Egypt. That's crazy. Go back to Egypt with open arms saying, please lock me back up. Please take me back into your servitude. Insanity. Mm-hmm. But this is what the children of Israel were thinking.
Spirit of madness.
Absolutely. As you said, spirit of oblivion. You don't remember what they were doing to you in Egypt? And yet you want to go back. Let's read on.
Verse 5. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of them, searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spake unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, The land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Most High Abba delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it to us, land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Most High Abba, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. The defense is parted from them, and the Most High Abba is with us. Fear them not.
So Joshua, along with Caleb, spoke to the people and said, what's wrong with y'all? Don't fear these people. Their defense is gone. The Most High is not with them. He is with us. Don't fear them. Let us go and possess it. But what was the reply of the congregation?
Verse 10. But all the congregation bade stone them with stones.
They said, let's stone Joshua. Let's stone Caleb. Let's stone Moses and Aaron. You bring us to this land to kill us. The fear of the people, the shield of faith was not upon them. Read on.
And the glory of the Most High Abba appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And the Most High Abba said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me?
Here's the provocation. The angels came down as a fiery pillar and spoke. How long shall these people provoke me? Read on.
And how long will it be ere they believe me?
How long do I have to show you signs until you believe? Read on.
For all the signs which I have showed among them, I will smite them with
you know what? We're going to cut this movie short. I'm going to smite them with the sword. We're about to roll credits because it's over with. Read on.
I will smite them with pestilence and disinherit them.
That's a sad thing. Your father said, I will disinherit you. We see that in the same thing in the world. I'm a doctor. You're going to go to college. You're going to go to medical school. You're going to follow my footsteps. Child says, I want to be a painter. Dude, that is not who you are.
I want to be a rapper.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you see my grill? Yeah. Come on, Dad. I will disinherit you, son. You are going to be a doctor. I got everything lined up for you from your birth. You fearful. You don't want to go to medical school. You don't want to put in the work. You talking about you got a gold chain. Screw that gold chain. I will disinherit you, said the Father. But the Most High did it for even greater purposes. Doubtful of all the power that's coming from the angelic realm, not having upon the shield of faith, Most High said, I will smite them and give my inheritance to somebody else. Read on.
Continuing in verse 12. And will make of thee a great nation and mightier than they.
And sometimes I wonder what it would be like if Moses took that deal. Moses oftentimes, even this time, we'll read in 13th verse. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And Moses said unto the Most High Yahweh, then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in thy might from among them.
All right. So Moses essentially prayed and said, don't destroy them. Don't cut them off. The Egyptians are going to hear about the nations. The people are going to hear, and your promise shall be of none effect. This is like not the only time the Most High said, I'm going to destroy everybody. I'm going to make a nation out of you and Aaron, Joshua and Caleb. I wonder what it would be like if Moses took that deal. If Moses said, all right, let's do it. Kill everybody, and let's start over again. I wonder what it would have been like. Maybe it would have been better. But Moses prayed, and the Most High said, you know what, all right, fine. I won't smite them with that plague. Let's jump down to verse 20. What was the curse that the Most High put upon them instead?
And the Most High Yahweh said, I have pardoned according to thy word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Most High Yahweh. Because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness have tempted me now with these 10 times and have not hearkened to my voice.
He said, okay, I'll hear you. I'll pardon that. However, my glory shall be in everybody who's on earth, and these people do not glorify me. So I am bringing a sword against them. Read on.
Verse 23. Surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it.
I shall cut them off from entering into that land. They shall not enter into my rest. I shall sever them from the promise that I have given their forefathers, because they continue to provoke and tempt Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 24. But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and have followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall possess it. Your carcasses shall fall in the wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number.
And that's verse 29. So only Caleb and Joshua shall be those who are in the wilderness, who also shall go into the land that was promised. Everybody else, 600,000 footmen, not including the women and the children, everybody else is going to be exterminated. They shall be cut off, and only a few shall go into that land. Let's jump down now to verse 33. Actually, verse 32.
But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear you whoredoms until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise.
You shall know the breach of the promise that I made before you. I gave you 40 days to spy out the land. And for everybody's wicked imagination, I'm going to turn each day into a year. And you shall not enter into that land for 40 years. This was not the children of Israel getting lost like some of the people of the world like to say. This is a curse, the sword being placed upon them. They were rebellious. And so Joshua and Caleb would be the only ones that would go forth into that land who were there at that time. All the other ones would be the children that they shall have. All the old heads, all the old generation who were fearful and wicked, Most High shall bring a sword against them and cut them off. And they shall wander 40 years instead of 40 days. Let's read on.
Verse 35. I, the Most High Yahweh, said, I will surely do it unto all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed.
So jump down to verse 37. So the all the congregation that murmured, the Most High said, I'm going to cut you off. In 40 years, you shall not exist on this earth, and only your children shall go into the land. Let's read verse 37.
Even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before the Most High.
But those who went to the land, those judges, those top men who came back and said, it's scary out there. Most High sent a plague immediately. Said, you ain't got 40 years, you got 40 seconds. And chop them off immediately.
That's heavy.
Except who?
But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still.
They were the only ones who didn't get infected with this plague. All the other leaders of the tribes, the other 10, got smoked. But Joshua and Caleb, they withstood. Let's read on.
Verse 39. And Moses told these sayings unto all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning and gat them up into the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up unto the place which the Most High Abba Yahweh hath promised, for we have sinned.
And so now the children of Israel are mourning of this prophecy that instead of 40 days, you shall have 40 years. They said, we're going to correct this. We're going to go. We're going to get up in the mountain. We're going to go into the land. Yeah, exactly. Too late. Too little, too late, brother. Let's read on.
Verse 41. And Moses said, wherefore now do you transgress the commandment of the Most High?
I already gave you 40 years. It's already been pronounced. You like Adam. I'm not going to take it back. I wish you had this courage and this strength yesterday. Then you would have been in the land already. That battle will last a hot 3 seconds, and you would have conquered the land. Let's read on.
But it shall not prosper. Verse 42.
The Most High shall not be with you. You're trying to go into the land right now. It's already been performed upon you. The sword has already come and cut you in two. Submit to the will of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 42. Go not up, for the Most High Abba Yahweh is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies.
The Most High is not with you, because you rejected it in the beginning. You shall not enter into rest. Let's read on.
Verse 43. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword, because ye are turned away from the Most High Abba Yahweh. Therefore the Most High will not be with you. But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Most High Abba Yahweh, and Moses departed not out of the camp.
So they say, I'm going anyway. I'm still going to go. I'm going to correct this issue. I'm going to make it right. Moses said, just listen now, all right? The Most High is not with you. Said, I'm still going. Moses said, I'm chilling right here. And the ark did not depart. The Most High Spirit did not go forth with them. Moses didn't go with them. And the army went down. They really saw the greatness of those warriors. Let's read on.
Verse 45. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even unto Hormah. Once again, the sword coming against them. The sword of the Spirit was pronounced on them, and now it reverberated in the flesh. These wicked ones came, the nations came and smote them and destroyed them. If they had gone when Joshua and Caleb said, let's go up at once, then they would have been protected. They would have been sheltered. They would have been victorious. But because they rebelled, the Most High said, you shall not enter into my rest. As he mentioned already in Hebrews 4. Let's go back there where we started earlier and pick up where we were. Let's pick it up in the first verse.
Let us therefore fear, lest the promise being left us of entering into his rest, any of you should seem to come short of it.
Once again, don't come short of it. We see how easy it is. You're not greater than these chief leaders of Reuben or of Gad or of Zebulun. All of them went out and spied the land and came back shaking in their boots. Talking about they got some giants out there. We can't go up. Who are we? They put down their armor of Abba Yahweh. They did not have, as Kahan Rashim brought up, the shield of faith. That's the only thing that's going to make us stand strong in the days of trouble. And so we are not greater than these brothers who came out of Egypt and saw all the miracles. We shall only be greater if we take on this whole armor of Abba Yahweh. Let's continue on.
Verse 2. For unto us was the gospel preached, as well as unto them.
So it was preached to us as well as to them. They received the promise. It was told to them. All of the things that Moses received, all of the blessings of their forefathers, everything promised to Abraham. He went out and saw the land and said, this shall be given to you in 400 years. And that was the time. And they still feared. But it's preached to us too. In a different way, actually in a better way. That we're not just going into he gave them a little space in their captivity. But the Most High is saying, I will take you out of your captivity. I will bring you into a better land. He promised us even the city of Adam. And so let's not be like those who provoked Yahweh and did not enter into rest. For time's sake, let's jump down to the 6th verse. On Uriah.
Seeing therefore it remaineth that some must enter therein, and they to whom it was first preached enter not in because of unbelief.
It was preached first to them, and they entered not in because of their unbelief, because of their lack of faith and operating in the system of faith. Don't misconstrue it. Belief and faith are not the same thing, but they do go hand in hand. But they did not operate in that system of faith. Read on.
Verse 7. Again, he limiteth a certain day, saying, in David, today, after so long a time, as it is said, today, if you will hear his voice, harden not your hearts.
Once again, we went through that. The same account that David is talking about. In the wilderness, they provoked Yahweh and hardened their hearts. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 8. For if Yahushua had given them rest.
Now, here's an interesting point. It's not really germane to the class, but it's an interesting point. And once again, flies in the face of Christianity. They don't listen to it. They don't hearken to it. Read that verse again.
For if Yahushua had given them rest, then would he not afterward have spoken of another day?
He said, Jesus, sweet baby Jesus, did not put a period on things like people like to say. He said, if Yahushua had given them rest, big if that was the case, he would not have spoken of another day. And people like to think that Christ came, and what do they say? I'm saved in Jesus. You're saved? You are not saved at all. Salvation comes to those who endure until the end.
Yeah.
He said, I'm speaking of another day that is to come. And obviously, this is after the Messiah consecrated the covenant. Woe be those people that say sacrifices are done away with. Woe be to those who preach against the message of Yahweh, who, as Satan, turn themselves into angels of light and are vexing you with their wiles. To say, Jesus was the last sacrifice. Just confess Jesus in your heart and you shall be saved. Get baptized once, get dunked into the water and you're saved. You have no understanding. You are as our forefathers who are provoking Yahweh. If Yahweh was the period on all things, why would he have spoken of another day? Read that verse again.
For if Yahushua had given them rest.
Yahushua did not give you rest yet. Now, I'm not taking any credit from what the Messiah did. He did a great thing. But let's understand what he did. He consecrated a covenant so you can get active, so you can do some work. Without him, we would definitely perish because our covenant is broken. So the Messiah came and brought forth a new covenant so that you can go and be active in it. So you can continue to fight the good fight, because without it, Satan will destroy you, because you are going to be taken out of Jerusalem where the Most High placed his name. You shall have no brazen altar, no golden altar, no physical tabernacle. So the Messiah consecrated a covenant where you can worship Yahweh in spirit and in truth. So without that, you are dead. So let's not get it twisted. We ain't taking any credit away from what the Messiah did at all. But he came in the period of the 7,000 years for a specific purpose. And if you're not hearkening to that, you shall not enter into rest either. Go ahead, priest.
Oh, I was just going to say, ain't no once saved, always saved.
Yeah.
We're on a probationary period, which is clearly seen, what he's covering. There's no guarantee until you endure to the end.
Absolutely. And just like what he's saying earlier, be fearful lest you fall short of the promise. The promise hasn't come yet. The promise is still to come. And so you got dunked in water once. You say, I'm baptized as a baby. I'm saved. What about all the blasphemy you've committed? What about all the idolatry you've committed? What about all the whoremonger you committed in all your years? You talking about you 55, talking about you baptized once, you saved.
You just got to love.
Yeah, exactly. Just love Jesus. Absolutely not. He did not bring rest yet. You're the person that said, I took a shower as a baby. I'm good. I don't need to take a shower no more. You are going to be funky and crusty. Go and clean yourself up. Go and get clean daily, every single day. Sometimes twice, 3 times a day if you need to.
Yeah.
If you were working like that, people go and work. People don't just go and work in the office. Some people work in construction. Mm-hmm. They're working in hard labor. They might go home, take a shower. Then they go to the gym. They come back home, take a shower. They're getting cleaned up. This is how we must live, constantly cleaning ourselves up in this covenant the Messiah consecrated. Read that verse again.
Verse 8, for if Yahushua had given them rest, then would he not afterward have spoken of another day? There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of the Most High.
Even after the Messiah was crucified, there still remains a promise that we can fall short of if we don't maintain this covenant. If we don't do, not the order of Melchizedek, the true word is the bar of Melchizedek, the commandment of Malach Zadok. He commanded us, take this bread and this wine every single day. Give your daily offering as found in Numbers 28 every single day. Have with you the armor of Yahweh, and with it the sword of the word. These are the commandments, not the order, the commandment of Malach Zadok. Let's read on, priest.
Continue on in verse 9. For he that is entered into, there remaineth therefore a rest to the people of Yahweh. For he that is entered into his rest, he also hath ceased from his own works, as the Most High did from his. Let us therefore to enter into that rest.
Read that 11th verse again.
Let us labor, therefore, to enter into that rest.
Christianity teaches us you don't have to work. Jesus paid it all.
Mercy.
It's paid for. It's not. It ain't paid for. He constructed the building, got it ready. You still got to get your tickets.
Yeah.
You still got to make sure your entry is secured. They say not through labors, it's through grace.
Got to maintain.
Absolutely not. You got access to it through grace. You didn't deserve it. But now that you got something you don't deserve, you better maintain it. It's like an ungrateful kid. He's getting everything for free. He ain't have to do nothing. Dad said, I'm giving you PlayStation. I'm going to give you a car when you turn 16. I'm going to make sure you got a house. I'm going to pay for your college and everything. All you got to do is do the chores and listen to everything I say. And the kid comes back and says, I don't want to do that. What's wrong with you? You got a silver spoon, and yet you say, I'm rejecting that.
Yeah.
It should be unconditional love. That's the dumbest stuff I ever heard. Unconditional love. I can't stand it. There's no conditions on love.
That's the romantic stuff.
Exactly.
Roman
Straight
stuff.
Roman.
Yeah, that's that Roman stuff.
Let's take that and apply that anywhere else.
You going to jail.
Exactly. Let's apply that in some actual relationships. You got a woman who is spitting in your face. She's going out with other men. She's over here talking about, I'm going to slash your tires. I got unconditional love. It don't matter what you do. I love you regardless. Or a man that says he's smacking up his woman and he's over here doing all kinds of weird stuff with other women. And he said, unconditional love. I'm going to be with you no matter what. I know you gave me a black eye and bashed my head up. I'm going to be with you no matter what. The Most High is the same way. He does not give us unconditional love. There's conditions to this. You must keep my covenant. You must keep my commandments. And then I shall give you rest. Labor for it, and I shall give you rest. Now, the Most High is merciful, of course. He's long-suffering. But if you reject the labor, just like our forefathers did, the Most High will send a sword after you and cut you off and cut you in two. You must labor for righteousness. You must labor to enter into this rest. You must do some work. And even in the covenant of sweet baby Jesus, you must do some work. It's not all paid for. It's ready. It's prepared for you. But you have to make sure that you are worthy to receive it. Let's read on, priest.
Let us labor therefore to enter into that rest, lest any man fall after the same example of unbelief.
After the same example. We've gone through some examples.
Pure power.
In Ezekiel, in Daniel, in Exodus, in Numbers. how these people were unbelieving, even in the midst of all the faith, and the Most High did what? What was the punishment? He sent a sword against them and cut them in two, severed them from being his people, disinherited them. Let us take those examples of what not to do. They're written for a purpose. Saul is written about for a purpose, so that we don't do what they did. But we got righteous examples like David. We're going to slip up. We're going to fall. We're going to stumble. Let's immediately go and make atonement for it, so that Satan can't allow that sword to be brought upon us because of our sins. Let's read on, priest.
For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword.
The Most High's word, the Messiah, is sharper than any two-edged sword. To do what?
Piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit.
He can divide the soul and the spirit. And what else?
And of the joints and marrow.
And of the physical body. He can look at all three. Your soul, your spirit, and the physical body that the soul transfers between the two. He can look at all that and do what?
And is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
With that two-edged sword, the Messiah can show Abba Yahweh the thoughts of all men. Just like we've seen already in Ezekiel, these men said, oh yeah, I'm in the temple, but the chamber image was darkened, was wicked. And they said, Most High don't see it. You don't see what's going on in my heart. Saying the opposite here in Hebrews. He sees exactly what's going on. Same thing that's happening in Isaiah 1. The people were bringing sacrifice in abundance, but their hearts, I'm tired of doing this. Every single day, the Most I want to, right in the morning. Ah, man, I'm tired of this. Ah, man, this Sabbath day, you want double? Damn, we just did one 7 days ago. You ain't had enough? All the while, your face is, hey, brother, shalom, we getting this oblation in. Your mind is on, man, I'm tired of this, man. It's taking too long. Oblation taking 2 hours. I'm about to get out of here. I'm ready to go and do my own thing. I got a date tonight, man. I'm about to go to the club. Mm-hmm. Most High sees all that. You think men doesn't see that. And you're right, men do not see it. The Most High is already like, look at that. The angel's already reporting. Look at what's going on.
Yeah.
Brother Judah out here, ready to get his freak on, waiting for the Shabbat to end. He ain't thinking on how I'm going to worship Abba Yahweh. He's thinking about when the sun going to set. Yeah, he's got the appearance of righteousness. He got his ribbon of blue on, and he's looking good. All the while, his heart is wicked. Send the angel with a sword to cut him asunder, cast him off. And he will not enter into rest, but the rest of the people shall. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 13.
Actually, read that verse again.
For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Neither is there any creature that is not manifest in his sight, but all things are naked and open unto the eyes of him with whom we have to do.
All things are bare in front of Abba Yahweh and plainly seen. Everything, even in your chamber imagery. Talk about your intrusive thoughts. Most High sees that. Mm-hmm. And what are you going to do? What are you doing about that? You letting them fester? You letting them grow? The Most High is patient. Let's see what this brother or this sister is going to do. You got that intrusive thought to say, cuss that brother out. That brother stepped on my toe. He talked about my mama. I'm cussing. What are you doing? Let's see what the Most High said. Let's watch. Let's observe. Get your popcorn ready. Kick back. Watch the show. That brother off. And he went off on him. Matter of fact, they fighting right now. Angels are reporting that back to Abba Yahweh. And the Messiah can come forth with that sword and say, get this brother out of the congregation. Well, this brother who had that thought and cast it down with the sword of the Spirit, bring him up. Bring him up here. I got some things to talk to him about. I got some mysteries to reveal to him. But that brother who's perverted judgment, I ain't got nothing to do with him. Cast him into utter darkness. Don't let him enter into my rest. This is the power of that sword that the Messiah wields on behalf of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on, priest.
Seeing then that we have a great high priest that has passed into the heavens, Yahushua, the son of Abba, let us hold fast our profession. For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like as we are, yet
Finish that up.
Yet without sin.
So let's hold fast to our profession, because the Messiah set a perfect example for us. He came down on the earth as this same primal body that we're in, and he lived without sin. He lived without going wayward to receive the promise that was given to him, to show us that we can do the same thing. And some of us might say, well, that was the Son of God. Well, so are you. You're the son of Adam.
Yeah.
So do well in your position that you're in, and set a good example, and be obedient. Because if not, the Most High can send that two-edged sword and divide even your innermost thoughts. And see, is your soul, your spirit, or even your earthly body, is it defiled? The Most High said, I don't want none of that. As he told our forefathers, be ye perfect, even as I am perfect. So we must all be the same, or else the sword shall come upon us. Be fearful, because all of us can fall short of that promise. Let's finish that up.
Verse 15. Read that again, or
Read verse 16. Then we're gonna we're gonna go to 2 Peter 2:1. Priest Rashim.
Hebrews 4:16. Let us therefore come boldly unto the throne of grace, that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help in time of need.
So let us boldly come up. And now this is the purpose of this interdimensional warfare. We're going to start getting into that as we continue on in this class. Once the soul and the spirit is tried and found perfect, now we can boldly go before the throne and receive grace in that time of need. Find support in that time of need. Let's not be like Vladimir Zelensky, who went to the White House and was like, Trump, what you talking about, Trump? Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? I don't know if anybody saw that. That happened, what, yesterday, 2 days ago? Vladimir Zelensky came to the White House tripping. They're like, Vladimir, you should be thanking us. We've given you billions of dollars. Let's strike a deal. Vladimir was like, no, we need more. We need to. Trump was like, what? Dude, you're gambling. You're playing. You don't have the cards right now. What was his response?
This is not cards.
This ain't cards. We're not gambling. And I don't support Trump, but I think that was the only right thing that he's ever done, is stand up and be like, dude, you are gambling with World War III. You say you're not gambling. You are gambling. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. And Vance, the same thing, was like, dude, you need to slow down. You have been disrespectful. You haven't come to this office and respected it. Vladimir Zelensky was like, man, what the hell y'all talking about? You need to support us.
That brother was like, I got mansions to pay for.
Exactly. I need them billions, man.
Yeah.
My pocket's going to stumble. You saw a dude said, why aren't you wearing a suit, Vladimir?
Right.
You got snippy, too. And I understand him, but Vladimir was like, maybe when this is over, I'll get a costume like you. Maybe it'll be more expensive, too.
I got whores to support. What you doing, man? I need that money.
Yeah, exactly. This dude is acting like the children of Israel. You come before somebody who has all the cards, who holds all the power, and yet you come stiff-necked, hard-headed. You should have came bowing down. You should have came kissing the ring. You should have came humble and said, whatever you need me to do, we're going to do it. This dude came snippety and uppity, interrupting him. Anytime Trump make a point, he's like, nah, Trump, nah, let me show you this. Let me talk to you about this. Vance, they doing the same thing. This is a perfect example of the children of Israel before Abba Yahweh. Arguing and fighting and saying, well, let me do this, let me do that. Dude, you should be thanking me, says Abba Yahweh. You should be on your knees submissive, because I have been with you this whole time. I have comforted you. I've given you things you don't even deserve. You were corrupt and abominable, but I still gave you a covenant. And we want to come and chide against the Most High. We want to come and argue with the Most High. We want to come and gamble and bargain with the Heavenly Father. He gave it to you. Now do what he told you to do, and that's it. Period. Point blank, period. Nothing else. Yeah, the children of Israel is not so. We are hard-headed and stiff-necked. If we do so, we shall be cut off. What was the judgment that Trump gave? Told Zelensky, you can leave this White House and don't come back. until you're ready to make peace. He literally told them, don't come back to this White House until you change your tone. And the Most High can do the same thing to the children of Israel. Don't come back until you have changed your ways, until your heart has been softened and not hardened. Let's drop it. Let's go do 2 Peter 2:1. As we've been showing, the sword of the Spirit shall come even against us. That there are some even amongst us, even amongst the saints, even amongst the chosen people who are rebels, who are rebellious, who have a spirit filled with iniquity and not righteous, even in the face of all the proof and all of the righteousness of our Yahweh. Let's get 2 Peter 2, pick up in the first verse.
But there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies, even denying the Most High that brought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction.
Read that verse again.
But there were false prophets also among the people.
Even among the people. Time won't afford us to go to some of our wicked forefathers. We could have gone to Saul and showed how he thought he did what he thought was good. Most High said, kill everything you would touch of the Amalekites. He said, I thought it was good to bring forth sacrifices. What did Samuel say? Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. You might as well have been a witch. You might as well have been like Balaam if you're going to rebel against Abba Yahweh. He said, the Most High sent a sword against you to cut you off from being king over Israel. We could go back to Dathan and Corey, falsely prophesying, falsely using scriptures to say, the Most High made us all holy, right? Who are you, Moses? Who are you, Aaron? Who are you, Levites? I'm of Reuben. I'm of Dan. But the Most High said, we holy too. We should be porters. We should be priests. We should be at the same level as Moses. And the Most High said, what is wrong with you? Mm-hmm. Moses said, you are taking on too much yourself. Even some of them were Levites. Some of them even were Levites. They were porters. They said, I should be the high priest. I should be able to go up to the sanctuary and burn some incense. Brother, take on the charge that was given you. And what happened? The Most High said, fine, brother, bring your sacrifice tomorrow. What did Moses pray? Let his prayer become sin. Let the sword be against them. And even in that, the Most High said, here's how you shall know, Israel, who is righteous and who is not. If they don't die a common death, they get old and decrepit and they just pass away. If the Most High does a new thing and open up the earth and swallow them whole, you shall know this is the will of the Most High, that they were rejected. And what happened? The earth opened up and swallowed them whole. Mm-hmm. And even afterward, the children of Israel still chiding. Mm-hmm. The children of Israel still came back and said, you killed our brethren. And the plague came against them again. So much so Aaron had to come with oblations and incense and make atonement for the children of Israel. That's how knuckleheaded we are. That even in the death of our wicked brothers, we can't say they were just wicked. What's wrong with you? You killed the righteous. You killed our brethren. Which wasn't even Moses' work. It was the work of Moses didn't cause the earth to open up. A canyon to open up in the earth and swallow them whole. And Moses didn't cause that to happen. Or Moses didn't cause it to happen. That was Abba Yahweh. And the children of Israel were still chiding. False prophets even amongst the people. Read on, priest.
Even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies.
Who privately, in private, in their chamber of imagery, shall bring forth a damnable heresy. Shall bring forth damnable causes. How many times we've heard that even in the congregation? For those who are in the know, I'm sure you've heard people whispering in the background. An offering's done away with. Not coming to the leaders with your questions and your different theologies, but coming in the shadows and talking to people who they thought were weak. So they can gather up a mass of people and say, Chief Priest, I got 15 brothers. 8 of them are priests who disagree with you. Privily speaking damnable heresies. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Even denying the Most High Abba Yahweh that brought them, and bring unto themselves swift destruction.
Denying even the Most High who bought them with a price. As a man gives a dowry for a wife, and that wife is denying him. That wife is rejecting him. They shall bring swift destruction upon themselves. And this is not outside. This is internal. This is within. Read on, priest.
Verse 2. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of.
Jump down to the 4th verse.
For if Yahweh spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into the chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment.
Jump down to verse 13. So now the Most High didn't even spare the angels who he created on the 5th day. Who are you? We're some peons. Anything the Most High didn't spare them, who didn't spare who is now Satan, you think he's going to spare us? These people who are nothing, who are less than? Read on verse 13.
And shall receive the reward of unrighteousness.
You shall receive the sword. That shall be your reward for your unrighteousness. Read on.
As they that count it pleasure to riot in the daytime. Spots they are and blemishes.
They are spots, blemishes. To who? To us. Upon us. Let's read on.
Sporting themselves with their own deceivings while they feast with you.
While they feast with you. They are there feasting with you, celebrating, looking pious and righteous, but all the while they're a spot and a blemish. They are inside of even the congregation of the righteous. That's why I think it's sad that people get affected when you find a congregation and a few people in the midst do some wicked stuff. And you say, I'm gone. That whole congregation wicked. That don't make no sense. It's clearly here. There's going to be wicked infiltrators. There's going to be Trojan horses, so to speak. People who infiltrate and look good, look like a great present. All the while inside they are wicked. David went through the same thing. Kahan Gabaria brought that out in the class sometime probably a few years ago. David went through the same thing. Even in his day, there was wickedness. His own son wanted to kill him. Yeah, he didn't say, I'm rejecting Israel. Israel are wicked. Saul, who was his father-in-law, wanted to kill him. He didn't say, oh, Israel wicked. I'm leaving Israel. No, he stood strong to the charge and purged out wickedness. And so the Most High has his two-edged sword where he can exact specific judgment on who he determines. He's not just going to kill everybody. He says, I see that this person right here has some wickedness in his chamber of imagery. Let's see if he corrects it. Nope. I'm getting rid of just you. A very strategic weapon. As we mentioned last class, these people got laser-guided missiles, and they still killing people. They still killing innocents. Blowing up schools and hospitals. Most High got this precision weapon that can go straight to where the cancer cell is. That's what they do with these cancer treatments. That's why people, when they go to chemo, they go bald. Because they have a cancer cell growing in them, but the doctors just give them basically a nuke in their body. It kills even healthy cells. It's the same thing with antibiotics. That's why they say if you go to a hospital and they put you on antibiotics, you're susceptible to get even worse things than what you already had. You had one little bacteria that was making you sick, and now you took some antibiotics, now you got pneumonia. Why? Because those antibiotics are like a nuke to the system. They don't kill the bad bacteria. They kill all bacteria, even the good stuff. You got good bacteria in your microbiome, in your gut. Those antibiotics kill it all. You got irregularity, you got all types of stuff going on. But the Most High has this precision weapon that can go in and kill just that cancer. That one little cell that's there growing, he can go and kill just that. You don't even skip a beat. He can go give you that antibiotic like herbs. There's herbs that go and just target bad bacteria that don't harm the good stuff. Most High is giving us that, something, that two-edged sword that will go as a strategic weapon and just kill the bad stuff that's in there. Let's read on, priest. These people, actually read that verse again.
2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 13. And shall receive the reward of unrighteousness, as they that count it pleasure to riot in the daytime. Spots they are and blemishes, sporting themselves with their own deceivings while they feast with you.
They are even in the midst of the congregation of the righteous, as we've seen in Daniel, in Ezekiel, and in the Exodus, and Numbers. Amongst the congregation of the righteous, there were still wicked rebels. Let's read on, and then we're going to go to Jude. He's going to talk about the exact same thing. Jude 1 and 3, Han Uriah. Let's read on 2 Peter.
Verse 14, having eyes full of adultery, and that cannot cease from sin.
They are feasting with you, but have eyes full of adultery. Looking to engage in fornication against Abba Yahweh. Can't cease from their own sin. Read on.
Beguiling unstable souls.
And the new brother that came in, who's fresh off the boat, doesn't know which way to go, but he sees that there's some righteousness here, unstable. He's going beguiling them. Hey, bro, you better be careful about the house of wisdom. You know what I mean? They sound good, but it's still some way. Brother, you are wicked. Let this brother grow and get firm and stable. These people are feasting with you and beguiling unstable souls. Read on.
In heart, that they have exercised with covetous practices, cursed children.
Cursed. The sword is upon them. For their hearts have been filled to exercise covetous practices. Look what happened with the wicked judges who spied out the land. They came back fearful and made all the unstable people of the congregation fearful as well. And it didn't just punish them. Now, they got a severe punishment. Remember, 40 seconds they got killed. But the children of Israel that were fearful got punished with 40 years of wandering around the wilderness, where they shall not enter into rest. They were beguiled by these wicked, covetous people. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 15, which have forsaken the right way and are gone astray.
They have had the right way at one point, yet forsaken it. Gone astray and did what?
Following the way of Balaam, the son of Besor, who loved the wages of unrighteousness.
They followed after that witch who bears the sword that Hasatan gave him. They followed after that. They are wicked as all get out, like the Pharisees, and say, look, he's working on Sabbath. You didn't tell the people that you just committed adultery over here. But you came and said, look, brother's working on the Sabbath. Brother bought an energy drink on the Sabbath. He's wicked. Bring him up on charges. What? You have followed the ways of Balaam. You are wicked and filled with sin, yet you love to accuse. You love the wages of unrighteousness. They shall be spots even in the midst of the feast, feasting with us. Let's go down to Jude 1 and 3, Kahan Uriah, and we'll see that he's talking about the exact same thing.
Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith.
Look at that. Once again, confirming what Paul said in Hebrews 4. I wrote to you about salvation, about how to receive it. But you must contend for it. But no, what does it mean to contend? What's a contest? Yeah, it means you're competing. You're striving. You have to work for that. Yet people say it's not about works, it's about grace. You have lost the battle already.
Yeah.
You have already lost the fight. You must earnestly, wholeheartedly contend for the faith. Read on.
Which was once delivered unto the saints. For there are certain men crept in unawares.
There's people who crept in, unaware, unbeknownst to the people. As we mentioned in the class about the wheat and the tares, there's people who crept in unaware. You can't tell from the beginning. But once you start seeing their fruits, you know who's a wheat and who's a tare. Read on.
Who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, unrighteous men.
That's a crazy thing. That this was ordained even from the beginning. This is the curse, the scourge of Adam. That it's not going to be easy. Before Adam had that eagle, angelic vision. Just like the Most High to have that two-edged sword to see the soul, the spirit, and the body. And no, this brother is wicked. Get him away from me. But once he fell, Satan could turn to an angel of light and look good to him. Look righteous. This is the curse of Adam. They crept in unaware, even though it's ordained from ancient times. From the beginning, the Most High ordained this brother to come in just to be a spot in the feast. And so we as primal people can't see. We can't see the soul and see that there's spots and blemishes and insufficiencies in it. Only the Most High with that two-edged sword can see it. And so we must operate in that system of wheat and tares. Let it grow up. Unfortunately, it must grow up with us, sucking up the nutrients. But when we see the fruit, we know that this is going off into a pile to be burned. Let's read on.
For there are certain men crept in unawares who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, unrighteous men, turning the grace of our Abba into lasciviousness.
Turning the grace, the covenant of Abba Yahweh, into lascivious practices, into their own purposes. Coming in, not looking to receive that salvation, but looking to see how can I gain from this. You got a congregation of 150 people. If I get 150 people to buy my product, I can make some money off of this. I can retire off of the backs of the congregation. Engaging in lascivious, not looking to say, I'm here for salvation, salvation alone. But looking to gain. Looking with eyes of covetousness. I want what you got. Wickedness. Read on.
And denying the only Most High Abba and our high priest Yahushua.
And in doing so, in doing that, they deny Abba Yahweh and the Son that he sent to consecrate the covenant. Those who are rebels and rebellious and don't submit to the order, they have denied the faith. Let's read on.
I will therefore put you in remembrance, though ye once knew this, that the Messiah, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed them that believe not.
Same account that we went through. The Most High saved them out of Egypt. Saved all the people, the mixed multitude even. And said, let's see what they would do. I've given them faith abundantly. I've given them 10 plagues in Egypt on the Egyptians. I've rescued them. I showed them the water overcoming their enemies. I was a cloud by day to protect them and a fiery pillar by night to guide them. Wherever the ark went, they prospered. When we went to war, the ark was there, and their enemies that were greater than them fell by the sword. Yet their minds were still wicked. They still say, what is this manna? Give me the leeks and the melons. Give me the fish from Egypt. They still said, I don't want to go in that land. It's scary out there. Still rebelled. And the Most High sent a sword out against them. Let's read on.
And the angels, which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day.
Even the angels, the Most High cast forth in the other darkness. Who is Israel to think that, I'm the chosen, I'm good forever? That's the same as Christianity. I'm baptized once, I'm good forever. You must contend for this. You must strive and work diligently to receive that promise. It's not just given to you. It was given to you to access. But just because you have access doesn't mean you will achieve. Let's jump down to the 11th verse, priest.
Woe unto them, for they have gone in the way of Cain.
They have gone the way of Cain. Cain was in the midst of the righteous. Adam and Eve and his brother, Abel. But what happened? He put down that armor. He said, I know what the Most High told me to do. Come in due season, give him the best of the best for my sacrifice. I'm going to put that armor down. And what happened? Satan smote. Satan brought a sword against him and took him over, took control of him, and made him engage in all manners of abominations. And there are people amongst us even who are going the way of Cain and who have gone. And unfortunately, in the future, even will go the way of Cain. Read on.
And ran greedily after the heir of Balaam for reward, and perished in the gainsaying of Korah.
Gone after the rewards of Balaam. Perished the same way as Korah, who sought to gain things for his own will and his own pleasure instead of submitting to the order of Abba Yahweh. As we mentioned earlier in the beginning, there's people with darkness in their chamber of imagery. Don't think the Most High won't send a sword against them, even in the midst of the sanctuary. He said, don't wait till they leave that brazen altar. Their mind is wicked. Cut them off, even at the altar. Spill their blood at the altar, at the golden altar too. He can go up the wind-up steps up to the sanctuary, kill him. For his chamber of images is wicked. Don't let him come up here. And cast him into utter darkness. Read on.
These are spots in your feasts of charity.
These people are spots, even in the feast of charity. The feast of the new covenant, these people coming in. They say, them brothers kind of off, but that bread tastes good, though. I'm going to be there, I'm just going to enjoy it because, I got nobody else to congregation with, but I still believe you got to wear them tassels. I still believe that you ain't supposed to be cooking on the Sabbath. I still believe these people are spots in the feast of charity. I don't believe the 10 Commandments, Exodus 34. You are a spot in the feast. And you have come for only one purpose, to be that prophesied tare that will be plucked up and rooted out and cast in the fire once your fruits are revealed. Let's read on. Read that verse again, actually.
Verse 12. These are spots in your feasts of charity when they feast with you, feeding themselves without fear.
Feeding themselves without fear, feasting with you. Not being fearful, as we read in Hebrews, knowing that we can fall short of the promise, just thinking it's granted to them. Read on.
Feeding themselves without fear, clouds they are without water, carried about of winds, trees whose fruit withereth, without fruit, twice dead, plucked up by the roots.
Twice dead. You have been cursed even from the days of Moses, and you come in here to where there's blessing, and then you reject even that. Not only shall your flesh be destroyed, but your soul shall be destroyed too. Most High shall send a sword that is so powerful that can pierce the soul, and shall cast you down into Dudiel, where you're going to be bound up with them for eternity until they're cast into the abyss and utterly destroyed. Let's drop that. Let's go to Matthew 10. Pick up in the 32nd verse. We'll pick up in the 32nd verse. And then if you will go Corinthians. Pretty sure 1 Corinthians 16.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 32. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven.
So if you come to these feasts and to the congregation of the righteous and come with a willing heart, a pure soul, Most High shall accept you in heaven. But if you come, as you read earlier in Peter or in Jude as well, those who enact their own will, even in the congregation of the righteous, are those who have denied the Messiah, the Prince. And so if you deny him, the Messiah will deny you. You want access to the kingdom of heaven? Well, you're denied. Access denied. Your card is not found valid. You are locked out. You are the virgins without oil in your lamps. Doors closed and say, I don't know you. Who are you? I got my 5 already. I'm good. Let's read on.
Verse 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I come not to send peace, but a sword.
Messiah said, I came with that 2-edged sword. Don't think I'm coming here to give you hugs and kisses. I came here to bring a sword and to give it to you. And what shall you do with that sword?
Verse 35. For I am not come to set a man at variance against his father.
For I am come to set men at variance, to separate, to cut off some, and store up others. Read that again.
For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
This is how we should operate, with the sword of the Spirit. Most High has told us, the Messiah has told us, he has come to set us at variance. Now, obviously, we got to take this in context with everything. He's not talking about being angry and, violent with people. He's saying, if you are not worshiping Abba Yahweh, get far away from me. If you are filled with sin, you can get away from me, no matter who you are. Father, mother, daughter, brother, in the covenant even. If you have denied the faith, if you have denied the Messiah, the Prince, let the 2-edged sword be upon you. And let him be cut off. And let him be no more with the congregation of the righteous, as the Most High did time and time again in Exodus. So much so, he said, I'm going to give you 40 years of purifying you. 40 years of exterminating this rebellious generation and getting a new one so that they can inherit this promised land. We must always strive and contend to enter into this rest, because many have fallen short, and many will fall short. Let it not be named amongst us. Let's read that verse again. Actually, read from verse 34 again.
Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I am come not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foe shall be they of his own household.
A man's foe shall be even those of his own house. A foe is an enemy. It's an adversary. Your adversary shall even come from your own household. Yeah, we've talked about in the previous classes about the sword of the Spirit being used against the nations. That is true. That is accurate. Don't neglect even our own house. The Most High didn't spare them. He didn't spare the angels in his house. He didn't spare the children of Israel, even the priests in the sanctuary. How much more should we, even amongst our own congregation, be ready to prove them and use the sword of the Spirit to divide the soul and to see who's good and who's not, who's righteous and who's wicked? Let's read on, priest.
Verse 37, he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me.
This puts new context to it. Who does not love, not just your earthly father, but your spiritual, what you might call father or mother in the covenant. Your own brother or your son in the covenant. Read on.
And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
This brother is engaged in spiritual idolatry. Yeah, I remember the good times and the fun times and all the celebration, the party. He's been around for years. But now Satan has infected him. Yes, taken off the armor of light. He put down the shield of faith. And Satan struck him through with the fiery darts. Now, what are you going to do? I love that brother, though. Nah, that's a good brother. What did the Messiah say? I came to give you a sword, to set variance, to set a separation between the righteous and the wicked. Now, what are you going to do? You love them more than the Most High loves them? The Most High cast forth the angels. Who is this brother or that sister or that man, that woman, compared to even an angel? Cast him off, said the Messiah, the Prince. And we're going to see why as we continue on, Abba willing. Let's read on.
Verse 38, and he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me.
He that taketh not the oblations with a sincere heart, who worship Abba Yahweh in spirit and in truth, through the heave and wave offering that the Messiah consecrated in the seventh covenant. You ain't doing that? You are not worthy of me, said the Messiah, the Prince. You are not worthy of this. This is not our own words. And so when you hear a brother say, oh, yeah, I don't think we need to give those oblations. Say less, brother. I already know what to do now. Time to move on. Somebody says, I don't think I need to go through the Messiah or through a priesthood that he consecrated, that he ordained. I don't need to follow the orders of Abba Yahweh. You have fallen after your own lust. Time won't allow us to go to, but James said it. Men are tempted when Satan comes and plays on their own lust. And we have a lot of lust. Lust doesn't just mean something perverted. It can mean anything that you desire. Whatever is in your chamber of imagery, whatever you want. The children of Israel lusted after flesh to eat. And that was destruction to them. Whatever you desire. Now, we in this Western world have learned to be individualistic. Have learned to do things on our own. In the East, it's completely different. You go to people in China, they're like, what? Me? Do something for myself? What are you talking about? I do something for my community. It's for the nation. They have a completely different mindset. You go to Japan, it's the same way. They are thinking absolutely communally. But the West has taught us to be individuals. I can go up to the Messiah myself. Says who? Prove that. Why did the Most High set up priest? I don't think we need to give up sin offerings. I'm good. What about the rest of the people? Now, I don't want to do that. Matter of fact, I want to grab a Babylonian garment and take it to my camp. You're thinking individualistically. You're thinking about yourself. You're thinking for your own gain. You're not thinking about how the children of Israel are going to go against Ai and they're going to get smitten by the sword and run back with the tail between the legs. You're thinking about yourself. You're selfish. Think about the greater body. Think about, I can't let this in my chamber of imagery because it's not only going to destroy me, it's going to destroy my brother next to me. My sister across the country, it's going to destroy them. It's going to destroy everybody in this congregation if I let a little sin in me. Absolutely. You're your brother's keeper when you do that. When you keep yourself clean, because you know that plague can come against the whole congregation. Let's drop it. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 16. We'll pick up in the 22nd verse. Pretty sure, right? And then we're going to go to John as well. John 5:45.
If any man love not the Messiah Yahushua, let him be anathema, maranatha.
If any man loves not or has denied the Messiah, the Prince, by coming into this congregation, by trying to enact their own lusts and their own desires, as many of our forefathers did, the children in the wilderness, the children in Ezekiel's time of the captivity, the judges in Daniel or in Susanna's time, all of them sought to enact their own lust. They have denied the Messiah in doing so. And if that's the case, let them be what?
Anathema, maranatha.
Anybody know what that means? What does that translate to? Anathema, maranatha. That's Greek. Actually, the maranatha comes from Aramaic. It stems from the Hebrew. But what does this phrase mean? Anybody know what anathema, maranatha means? A young brother raised up his hand. What do you got for AP comes in? What you got? That's true, but what do the words actually mean? You're really close. You're absolutely close. It means cursed until the coming of the Messiah, the Prince. So obviously, if you're cursed, you're separated. Read that verse again.
1 Corinthians chapter 16 and 22. If any man love not the Messiah Yahushua, let him be anathema, maranatha.
Let him be cursed until the coming of the Messiah, the Prince. And don't get that twisted. Don't think that means you're cursed until the Messiah comes back, then you're going to be blessed. When he comes back, we already showed that he's not coming back to make peace. He's coming back to make war. He's not coming to consecrate a new covenant, make atonement for you again. He's coming back to see who is acting faithful in the covenant. And those who have been cut off, you're cursed until the Messiah comes and brings forth judgment. Not forgiveness to you, but judgment. You shall be found in Dudiel. And when the Messiah comes and says, now that everybody's in Dudiel, I'm going to bring them into the abyss. Who's there? Give me the names and the records. Oh, this brother got anathema, maranatha upon him? All right, well, you were in Dudiel until I came back and put you into the abyss where your soul shall be exterminated. This is what this means. This is not just even in the midst of this, people like to think this is Paul talking about like, oh, we just love the people so much. I know they're bad, but we're going to curse them until the Messiah comes back to change them. Unfortunately, that's not what he's saying. I wish it were so. I even wish it were the case, but it's not. Look at Azazel. Got one of the first anathema maranathas. Not really the first, like the third, but one of the first. And what happened to him? He told Enoch, pray for me. Please, I transgressed. I sinned. Pray for me. Enoch went and tried to do that, and the angel said, what you doing, brother? What are you doing? Don't you know I've cut them off forever? As a matter of fact, to him ascribe all sin. This is not a short-term thing. This is forever. This is the same thing given to Judas, forever. Same thing given to Saul, forever. Same thing given to the children of Israel in the wilderness. You shall not enter into my rest. Not this one and not the next one. It's a fearful thing. This is what Paul was saying in Hebrews. Be reverent. This is some great power that they reserve. And we should be cautious. Keep your foot when you walk in the temple of Yahweh. Don't make any mistakes. Because if you do, that can be your life. Let's go now to 1 Corinthians 5. Pick up in the first verse on Uriah. 1 Corinthians 5 and 1.
It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife.
There is reported amongst them, amongst this congregation that Paul is talking to, there are some abominations going on. And that abomination was that this man is taking his father's wife. Now, anybody know what was he transgressing? What was he going against? Anybody know? Anybody? This might be ringing bells. I think some people may have agreed to do this, to not do this. Our covenant, we're in. Found where? Absolutely. This is the same oath that Moses brought the children of Israel in. Don't make molten images. All the people say, Amen. Don't set light by your father or mother. All the people say, Amen. And one of those vows that all the saints, even today, enter into is thou shalt not lie with thy father's wife. All the people say, Amen, I will not do that. Yet these people are going directly against their covenant, directly against the vows they have made. And so that is why Paul is saying what he's about to say. And that also shows you, some people think you don't need to do that anymore. When did Paul come on? See, was Paul the disciple, the apostle of the Messiah while the Messiah was living? It was after, right? After his crucifixion. And yet he's still bringing people into the exact same covenant. If they didn't say amen to that point, how could he bring this judgment upon them if they didn't agree to the vow, if they didn't accept the covenant? So Paul even is bringing the same people after the Messiah came into the exact same covenant, but spiritually into the seventh covenant, doing it the exact same way that Moses did. Woe be anybody saying we don't do this anymore. You have taken on that Western Roman culture. You are a romantic, not a Hebrew. Let's read on.
Verse 2, and ye are puffed up and have not rather mourned.
And here's even the other side to it. If you were mourning, if you were penitent and said, I screwed up, Abba, forgive me. Let me bring my trespass and sin offering. The Most High would have forgiven you. Even in breaking the vows you made, the Most High would have forgiven you. But instead, they're puffed up. They're bold about it. Let's read on.
That he have done this deed might be taken away from among you.
That he that hath done this thing, here's what you should do. Now, it's not just about people slipping up. You slipped up and you're not even penitent about it. You're not even remorseful about it. You're not even trying to make it right. You puffed up like, I ain't doing nothing. Just my father's wife. It ain't nothing. Oh, okay. Take that brother away from the congregation. You are a rabid dog. What do you do with a dog that has rabies? You shoot that thing down in the streets. You don't play with it and say, let me take that in. It's Fido. Let me take him in. That's my beloved dog. Shoot that thing down in the streets right now. Rabies is a very infectious disease. You get bit, you can die within the day.
Destroys your mind.
Absolutely. You go rabid. You ever heard of this? A rabid dog? Because you have rabies. And your mind is delirious.
Mm-hmm.
You lose cognitive function when you have rabies. So don't play with a rabid dog because it will bite you and that'll be the end of your life. And if you don't get rushed out of hospital within like 20 minutes, it's over for you. It's the same thing with people who are spots in our feast. They're rabid dogs, ready to bite. And if you don't correct that immediately, it's over with. Don't play with that rabid dog. He's already deranged. When you start seeing that dog walking around, stumbling, foaming at the mouth, it's too late for him. Don't try to save the dog. Save the rest of the people. Put that dog down. Put that raccoon down. Let's read on.
Verse 3, for I verily, as absent in body, but present in spirit, have judged already, as though I were present concerning him that has so done this deed.
He said, I don't even need to investigate more. Did you break the vows you made? Yes. Did you give a sin offering or trespass offering? No. Judgment is here. I already know what to do. Read on.
In the name of our high priest Yahushua, when ye are gathered together in my spirit with the power of Yahushua,
in the name of the Messiah the Prince, with the two-edged sword that comes from his mouth, what shall I do?
To deliver to such as one unto Satan.
By the name of the Messiah the Prince, I'm delivering you to Satan. Anathema, Maranath, you are cut off. You love Satan, go with him. He's your master, well, go with him. You want to be married to Hasatan? Well, go live with him, all right? Go be with him. Get out this house. You want to engage in whoremongery? Well, go stay with your suitors. Be with them. You are cut off because you are a rabid dog. This is the sword of the Spirit being applied even amongst the congregation. And why? What's the purpose of doing this?
For the destruction of the flesh, that the spirit may be saved in the day of Yahushua.
We think this means we're destroying his flesh so that he can receive salvation in the latter days. No, it's over for him. It's already over for him. We're not concerned about him anymore. You receive this grace and then just spike to it. Once that's done, there's no more sacrifice for you. It's taken away. Whose spirit are they talking about? Anybody know? Who are they talking about? Which spirit? Anybody know? What's that? Absolutely, our spirit, the spirit of the church. Like the same analogy of the rabid dog. Your beloved dog that you had for 10 years bites a raccoon and gets rabies. He's foaming out the mouth. I know I love that dog. But if we don't put him down, he's going to bite me. He's going to bite my family. He's going to bite my children, everybody. And we all going to get rabies and die. So I'm going to kill Fido, because if I don't, they're going to kill me. Same thing you see in the zombie movies. Mm-hmm. These are dead men walking. And yeah, it might be the body of your mom, your dad, whoever it is. But woe be unto those fearful ones who are crying, it's my mom. Okay, exactly. When she comes to eat your brains out and infect you and you rise up as a zombie to kill everybody else, now what? Now you jeopardize the whole community because you couldn't do the duty. You loved your mother, your father, your brother more than you loved the Messiah, the Prince. I know this is a beloved brother, but he has gone wickedly. He has gone wayward, and he shall defile the house. And so here is the essence of this interdimensional warfare. I want to be saved. I must contend and strive for the salvation. And if I leave this leaven here in the house, if I let wickedness in the house, if I don't use the sword against it, against Hasatan bringing fiery darts even in the mind of my brother, my sister, I won't be saved either. The promises won't come to me and won't come to my people. So you know what? I'd rather cut you off so the rest of the people may flourish. Let us drop that. Let's move on. We're going to actually come back to that in a second, Abba willing. Let's go now to John, Priest Rashim, 5, verse 45.
Do not think that I will accuse you to the Father.
So the Messiah is not the one accusing you. Even when the anathema is performed, some people think it says curse. That means we're cursing you. We're not cursing you. Don't think that through the Messiah we're cursing you. Read on.
There is one that accuseth you, even Moses, in whom ye trust.
You're already accused. Moses already said, I bring forth heaven and earth to witness against you, that I have brought forth life and death, blessing and cursing. So choose life that you may live. But if you don't, you're cursed. Moses already brought that curse on you. The Messiah came to free you from the curse. And you came to this land of freedom. You came out of Egypt and said, let me go back to Egypt. Let me go back to where I was a prisoner. Let me go back in bondage. That's tantamount to somebody entering into the covenant and saying, let me go back to Moses. Let me go back to this religion. Let me go back here. Messiah is not cursing you. The priesthood is not cursing you. You cursed yourself. You are already cursed. You got saved from it. Yet you want to return back to your own vomit. The same thing that made you throw up. The same thing that cursed you. You want to go back to it? Well, be my guest. I'm not going to curse you, but the curse is going to come. Let's read on. Actually, let's drop that. Let's go to John 20 now. Pick up in the 18th verse, Han Rashim. John 20:18.
Mary Magdalene came and told the disciples that she had seen the Messiah, and that he had spoken these things unto her. Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for the fear of Jews, came Yahushua and stood in the midst, and saith unto them, peace be unto you.
So we talked about this. Gotta look at it in a Hebrew persuasion. It's not, he was crucified on Friday, buried on Saturday, and rose on Sunday. That's not what's happening. He was crucified on the Passover day, which is always on the so-called Saturday, the seventh day, and then remained in the tomb. Rose in the midst of the week, 3.5 days, but remained there unclean until the seventh. And the children of Israel came on the first day, or his disciples came on the first day. A whole week, the whole feast of unleavened bread, he was there in the tomb. But that's not what this class is about. Let's read on.
Verse 20. And when he had so said, he showed unto them the hands and his side.
I will say, though, before we move on from that, Passover's coming around. For those on the city of Adam, we announced the dates. And Abba willing, those who are on the city of Adam, we're going to start releasing some courses there on the city of Adam, specifically about the calendar. We know a lot of people, even with the Calendrical Bible Study Guide, which you can find on our website, we know a lot of people ain't read this thing. Let's just be honest. A lot of information the priesthood crammed in here. And we had to contract a lot of stuff because, you can only fit so much on paper. But I will move into another level. We are going to do classes specifically for the saints, specifically for members of the House of Wisdom, for them to get access and see all the details and all the intricacies about the calendar, especially about this new year coming up, because there's some important dates and some important changes going on. So, I will willing, stay tuned for those who are on the City of Adam and those who want to join us on the City of Adam. Make sure you do so if you don't want to miss out on some of this information. As we spoke of earlier, we have to leave this place. This is like the outer court here on YouTube. Anybody can come and stumble on this. But as it was told to John, come up hither. I will show you some mysteries. Come up to our private platform outside of this prying eye of Big Brother. You can get some deeper information that we can't divulge here. So, Passover's around the corner. Let's start getting prepared for it. We're going to start releasing the registration for the feast as soon as possible so we can start making our preparations for this great monumental feast that's coming around. But let's get back to the point, what the Messiah was saying here to the disciples after his resurrection, after he consecrated the covenant.
John chapter 20 and verse 20. And when he had so said, he showed unto them his hands and his side. Then were the disciples glad when they saw when they saw Yahushua. Then said Yahushua to them again, peace be unto you. As my Father has sent me, even so I send you. And when he had said this, he breathed on them and saith unto him, receive ye the Holy Spirit.
And I hate what Christianity has done to this too. Yeah. I hate this. They don't understand the Hebrew phrase. Breathe on them doesn't mean he breathed on them. It means he sent the Spirit upon them, just like the breath of life was put into man. This is what he's saying. Yeah, you see the stuff. Christians got mics. Blowing into the mic. Tossing the spirits. Yeah, people are falling out.
Those in Africa.
Yeah, Africa and in the States. I don't know who the brother's name is. He got that muscle shirt on. And he's got all these people around. And he's like, catch this. People falling out. If you got the Spirit, why you got to blow into a mic?
Yeah.
Why I got to hear it through the speakers? Why can't I just see the works? Yeah. Like you said, especially in Africa. Africa is doing a bang-up job. They have taken what Judah has perverted, and the 10 tribes have made that even worse.
To new heights.
Exactly. Some crazy stuff coming out of Africa. The brothers who have taken on the prosperity gospel. But nonetheless, it's not saying he breathed on them and said, you have the Spirit. No. He gave them the breath of life. Let's read on.
Verse 23. Whosoever sins ye remit, they are remitted unto them.
This is the power that was given to his priest. Most High sent me to consecrate this covenant. Now I'm making you priest. Now who be that who says I can go straight to the Messiah? He says, come to my disciples first. And if they remove your sins, they shall be removed. What's the flip side? Read that 23rd verse again.
Whosoever sins ye remit, they are remitted unto them. And whosoever sins ye retain, they are retained.
And whosoever sins, you say, brother, keep that. I ain't taking that. Why is that? Because you're going to go back in that same folly. I ain't taking that. That shall be the case. The priests have this power. The priests have the ability to wield the sword, to look at the soul, as the Messiah did. Say, brother, come on in. You have an eager soul to remove that spirit of sin that's on you. It shall be removed. This brother over here, I see your works. You are wicked, and you love sin. You love sin, stay over there with sin.
Can I add some priest?
Absolutely.
So if Yahushua came and did away with sin, why would he give this power to the priest?
Perfect point.
To remit or retain.
Perfect point.
It'd be a pointless ability. So
checkmate, as you like to say. Checkmate. How is the Messiah saying sin is all done away? I thought he paid the price. But he tells disciples, some people that are still going to have sin on them. And there's some people whose sins you still have to remove. Doesn't make any sense when you actually look at it. They're doing what Satan does. Take a little bit of scriptures and pervert it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Messiah came to do away with sin. But the way he did that was by consecrating a covenant in which priests would give up sin offerings according to the new covenant. And so these priests have that power. They, as it's going to say in Romans 13, Kahan Uriah, 13:1, they wield the sword. They can say, I'm taking that sin from you, brother. But they can also say, brother, you can keep your sins. And you can go over there with Hasatan, delivering you to Satan, so that our spirit may be preserved in the coming of the Messiah, the Prince. Let's read 23 again in John 20:23, and then we're going to go to Romans.
Whosoever sins ye remit, they are remitted unto them. And whosoever sins ye retain, they are retained.
All right, let's go to Romans 13 and pick up in the first verse, Kahan Uriah.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of the Most High.
And once again, false doctrines that even invaded the chosen, the Israelites. Obey the higher powers. Obey your governors, brother. Obey your congressman. Obey all the laws of the land. Where does it say obey the laws of the land? I don't see that here. I see higher powers, but there's a lot of different powers. Satan is a higher power too.
Yeah.
I guess I should obey him too, because he says all powers, right? Going against all other doctrines. We're warring against Hasatan. We're not submitting to him. These powers are talking about those that the Most High has elected. The Messiah, the Elohim, and his disciples who he made priests. Read on, or read that verse again.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of the Most High. The powers that be are ordained of the Most High.
These powers, the Messiah, the angels, the priesthood, they are ordained by Abba Yahweh. We already see the Most High said he will approve and he will start at the sanctuary. So nobody's going to last in the priesthood that is not chosen by Abba Yahweh. So be subject to them because Abba ordained them. Once again, anybody saying I don't need to go through a priesthood, I don't need to go through the order of Abba Yahweh, you are going against the subjection of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 2, whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance.
If you resist the power that's given to the Most High's saints, his angels, his priesthood, you're resisting what?
The ordinance of the Most High.
You're resisting Abba's order. If you resist this, you're resisting Abba. Read on.
And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
You resist, you're going to receive damnation. We're like the police. Stop resisting. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting, brother. Stop resisting, sister. Not because of our own words, but because the Most High ordained it. And if you don't submit to the order that Abba Yahweh has brought forth, you shall receive the sword to bring you into utter damnation. Read on.
Verse 3, for rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil.
Obviously, he's not talking about the people of the world because a lot of these rulers are wicked. Of course, they're a terror to good works. Look at the judges who were wicked in Daniel. We can go to any point that we want to. We see so many people that were terror not to the evil, but to good. He's not saying submit to any power that's above you. He's saying submit to the power that Abba Yahweh has chosen. For these rulers, these ordained sent men are not terrors to the good. If your soul is good, your eye be single, your mind is clean from sin, they are not a terror to you, but to who?
But to the evil.
But to the evil, to the spots in the feast. They are a terror to them. That's why they like to be in private. A brother who has nothing to hide, even if he slips up, he can be open with the priesthood, with the chosen of Abba Yahweh, those he ordained. Because the priests who are righteous are not like the people of the world. We're not like the police that try to find anything to make you guilty. We're trying to save you. We're trying to find any way to make this right. And yet these people who are wicked like to hide it. Because they know these good works are a terror to the evil that's in your chamber of imagery. And they don't want to get that sword that they know the priest will bring if you don't repent. Let's read on.
Verse 14. Well, continue on in verse 3. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is the minister of the Most High, to thee for good.
These presidents and these rulers are not ministers of Abba. He is talking about his ordained ministers, the priesthood, that are appointed and anointed by the Messiah, the Prince. Let's read on, priest.
But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain.
To be afraid, because the priest don't bear that sword in vain. The priest bear the sword. Just like the Messiah is the two-edged sword coming out of his mouth, the priest don't bear that in vain. Vain means for no reason, no purpose. Priests don't bear that in vain. They wield the sword so that it can be used. One, to smite Hasatan and accuse him, to pierce Leviathan, and to be the battle axe of Abiyah, to smite the nations. But the priest must also look internal. They must also go and look at the sanctuary. Look at the tabernacle. Look at the altar. Who's serving there? And is your soul righteous? Is your soul clean? Because nothing defiled can go into the house of Abiyah. And the priest must ensure that. Because if we don't, even our souls, even our spirit shall not be preserved in the day of judgment. Look what happened to Eli. When his sons even were wicked, he should have came with a heavy sword and cut them off. But look what happened, because he didn't. Because he was lax. He came wagging the finger. Don't do that, boys.
Yeah.
And what happened? The Most High killed them. And when he heard it, he fell out of his seat and died.
Yep.
Because he did not bear that. He did bear the sword in vain. We must not bear the sword in vain. Because nobody, brother, son, spouse, children, should not be worth you being condemned in the day of judgment. Let's finish that up. Let's read that verse again, actually, priest.
Verse 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of Abiyah, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil.
He shall revenge evil to those who have done evil. Because it is the will of the Most High. He has already said, we shall be his battle axe. And so we must do it. If we don't do it, we are not worthy of our position. Let's read on.
Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience
However,
sake.
don't do it. Don't subject yourself just for wrath's sake, just for fearful sake. Do it for consciousness sake. Do it because you want to receive the promise, not just because you don't want to be cut off. Let's drop that. Who had 1 Corinthians 5?
It was me.
Yeah, let's go back there then. 1 Corinthians 5, and we'll pick up in the 4th verse.
In the name of our high priest Yahushua, when ye are gathered together in my spirit with the power of our high priest Yahushua, to deliver such an one unto Satan for the destruction of the flesh, that the spirit may be saved in the day of our high priest Yahushua.
So once again, the Messiah gave us a charge and told us to give those brothers who break their vows and are puffed up and not mourning, not penitent, not seeking for atonement, deliver him to Satan. Curse him, put a sword against him, and separate him from you, from the congregation, so that the spirit of the saints can be saved. This is the essence of the interdimensional warfare as we begin to pivot. I don't want to do a 4th part of the class, so we got to keep going. Got a few more things to cover. So let's begin to pivot. We see the essence of this interdimensional warfare. That there is things trying to keep us, keep even the congregation downtrodden. Let us not follow suit to that. Deliver the wicked unto Satan, because they love Satan so much. Let him have them. Let's go down to the 6th verse, priest. Let's continue on.
Your glorifying is not good. Know ye that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump?
This is why. Don't you know a little leaven or a little sin leavens the whole lump? This is why when Achan brought an accursed thing into the house, it didn't just curse him. It cursed the whole congregation. A little leaven, a little sin caused the whole piece of dough to rise. Take off that moldy piece of bread and cast that in the fire. Put it in the trash. Because this is the only piece of bread we got. We got to make this thing stretch for 7,000 years. I ain't about to lose this whole loaf because I don't want to miss that little slice. Let's read on.
Purge out therefore the old leaven.
Purge it out of the congregation. Purge it out with the sword of the Spirit. Let's read on.
That ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. For even the Messiah, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. Therefore let us keep the feast not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
So let's keep the feast. There are spots in our feast, but we must keep it without this leaven, with sincerity and truth. Let's purge it out so that we can be accepted. The congregation can be accepted of Abba Yahweh in the day of visitation. Because if you find that wickedness in the spot in the feast, he's not going to look at just them and say, that brother, get him out of here. He's going to look at the whole congregation and say, this congregation is not acceptable. This congregation as a whole is defiled. Let's get rid of our individualistic Western mindsets and go back to our ancient customs of being communal, of thinking about not just us, but of the whole body. Don't let the body die because of one or a few wicked entities. Let's read on.
Verse 9, I wrote unto you in an epistle not to company with fornicators, yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with the covetous, or extortioners, or with idolaters, for then must ye needs go out of the world.
So he said, I already wrote to you. If there's people in the world who are wicked, don't keep company with them. He already told him that. Let's read on.
But now I have written unto you not to keep company, if any man that is called a brother,
even amongst your own brethren. You called him a brother? He said, now I'm telling you, don't keep company with them if they fit this, if their fruits show this.
Be a fornicator.
If he is a fornicator. Not physically only, but if he is worshiping idols, he's fornicating against Abba Yahweh, cut that brother off. Deliver him to Satan. Read on.
A covetous, or an idolater, or a railer, or a drunkard, or an extortioner, with such an one, know not to eat.
With that person who fits this bill, whose fruits show these things, he is a spot in the feast. Get him out of here. Don't keep company with even those who call themselves a brother. Let the sword be upon them. Read on.
Dude, for what have I to do to judge them also that are without? Do not ye judge them that are within, but them that are without, the Most High judgeth. Therefore put away from among yourselves that wicked person.
So he's telling us we don't need to judge the people out in the world. The Most High is going to judge them. But he's saying the same thing he told them in Romans 7. You have the sword. Judge them who are in the midst of you. The Most High puts you in that position to bring forth judgment. Wicked people saying, only God can judge me. Okay. Well, you're going against Scripture. The Most High said the priests, the ordained ministers, the powers that be will bring forth judgment, called the sword of the Spirit, to cut off wicked doers, even from the house of Abba Yahweh. We've seen it all throughout this entire class. And those who are wicked were even in the midst of the congregation, that Satan infected them and brought them in. Let them be cut off, or let them be anathema maranatha. Now, let's once again pivot. We're going to start talking about why we need to do this. As we already mentioned, they affect us. Let's go now, Han Rashim, Matthew chapter 5, verse 29. As we start going into the last part of this series in this sword of the Spirit. Matthew 5:29.
And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell.
So the Messiah is saying, if your right eye offend thee, who says, I hate my right eye? Only demented people. They got that cognitive disease called, what is it? Not body dysmorphia, but alien. They think your body is an alien part, and they say, I want to cut this arm off. It doesn't belong to me. That's deranged people. The Messiah's not talking to them. He's saying that we should look at our eye, your right eye, your best eye, your good eye, to cut that out. Read that verse again, verse 29.
And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not thy whole body should be cast into hell.
It's profitable that one member should perish. Yeah, okay, I'll be blind in one eye, as long as I can make it to the kingdom of heaven, instead of my whole body being cast into duty hell. Read on, priest.
Verse 30. And if thy right hand offend thee,
or if thy right hand, we already know, that's a common saying. A brother that's close to you, that's my right-hand man. If he offend thee, not thee, if he offends the church, if he offends the Messiah, the Prince, if he denies the faith, if he's a spot in the feast of charity, do what?
cut it off.
Cut it off. Anathema, maranatha. Take the sword and cut it off. Read on.
And cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not thy whole body should be cast into hell.
It's better to be maimed in heaven, to be missing a few people, than for everybody, the whole congregation, the whole children of Israel be cast into hell. Same thing that happened in the wilderness. And the people did it. The people say, you killed Dathan, you killed Corey. It was better they killed Dathan and Corey in their company that they had than for the whole congregation to be cast forth into destruction and hell and straight to duty hell with Dathan and Corey. We have to have the same mindset. This is how we shall wield the sword of the Spirit. It shall cut asunder the wicked. It shall try the soul. And it's not about what you look like. It's not about how strong you are. Once again, remember, it's Jude, they said they're clouds without rain. They're boastful. They're strong. It's always the person who seems the strongest who's the most wicked. The person who's standing up like, I'm down for this. I'm never leaving this. If I hear anybody say, I'm never leaving this, brother, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Satan about to remove you in about 2 days. Same thing that Peter did. I will never deny you, the Messiah. Never. Messiah said, and it's nails on a chalkboard. I already know you're going to deny me 3 times. Before the morning even comes, you're going to deny me. And he did just that. So it's not about the grandest, the greatest, the one who's standing the strongest, the one who is most boastful, the one who is the loudest about this. Usually the loudest person is the most weak person. It's the quiet one sitting in the back you got to worry about. He's the one who in his mind, he's firm. He has already made his decision on whatever he's going to do. The person, even in a fight, the person's like, boy, you better back. Man, I'll mess you up. That man, he ain't going to do nothing. But the dude in the corner like, okay, all right. Okay, all right. That's a dude. Yeah, exactly. You're going to get folded. You're going to get that fade. Let's go now to Matthew 11. Pick up in the 12th verse.
And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence.
Here it is. The kingdom of heaven suffered violence. Here is our war, our battle. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence. Read on.
And the violent take it by force.
The violent take it. Not by asking you. Not by making a deal with you, but by force. They don't ask, can I take this land from you? They go and say, I am taking this from you. Now, where is the kingdom of heaven? Anybody know? What is he talking about? The kingdom of heaven suffers violence. Any takers? Anybody know? I see someone. Go ahead. Don't be afraid.
Sister said it over here.
What's that? Absolutely. The chamber of imagery. The chamber that's within us. The kingdom within us. Our access to heaven suffereth violence. Obviously, this is not talking about the Heavenly Father's on the run because Satan's taking over. He's got to run from his throne like David did. No. Most High is controlling all of this. But our access to the kingdom of heaven, the chamber of imagery within us is suffering violence. Satan is coming with his fiery darts. And as we already showed, the people who are spots in the feast are beguiling the unstable souls. They ain't coming asking, brother, can I defile your chamber of imagery? Mm-hmm. Would you have a moment for me to defile your chamber, brother? Anybody would be like, hell nah. But how do they come? As an angel of light. I got some new information, brother. It's deep. Yeah. And it's tantalizing. It's your curiosity pricked. And you're like, what you talking about? Defiling unstable souls. Kingdom of heaven suffering violence. What's that?
Surely you won't die.
Exactly. Same thing Satan said. Mm-hmm. You're not going to die. Don't you want to experience something new, something different? But rest assured, they're taking it by force. They are taking it whether you consent or not. And so we must fight with this sword of the Spirit because the kingdom of heaven, our chamber of imagery, in each and every one of us is suffering violence, whether it be Satan coming to us of our own lust, thrusting us through or trying to with darts, fiery darts, or even somebody else filled with sin. Even our own brothers and sisters coming and saying, I found something new. Did you know in the Book of Mormon, the Messiah came to the Aztecs? I think the Aztecs are the children of Israel. Ah, man, that is violence to my chamber of imagery. And you to come with some force, we're going to meet you with some force. Let's go now to Ephesians 6, Kahan Rashim. 6 and 1, and then if Kahan Uriah, you go to Revelation.
Children, obey your parents in the Most High, for this is right. Honor thy father and thy mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth.
So he's talking about, once again, ordinances. Order. Firstly, children, obey your parents, even on earth, as we shall obey our Father in heaven. Let's read on.
Verse 4. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath.
And on the same flip side, fathers, governors, don't provoke your children to wrath because you have authority over them. Read on.
But bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Most High.
So nurture them, but also admonish them. Don't provoke them to wrath. Everything they do, you talking about, I'm going to get the belt? You watching TV too long, I'm going to get the belt. Don't provoke them to wrath. Admonish them and nurture them at the same time. Let's read on.
Verse 5. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling in singleness of your heart, as unto the Messiah.
So servants, once again, horrible job of the Baptist church. Southern Baptists took this and said, slaves, you need to obey the white man. That's not what he's saying. Those who serve, those who are in subjection, not slaves. Servants in the Bible is completely different than slavery they did in modern society. Completely different. But those who serve, those who are in subjection to these higher powers, submit to them with all fearfulness and trembling, knowing that they don't bear the sword in vain. Submit to them like as if you submit to the Messiah, the Prince himself. Once again, the flip side. Let's read on.
Verse 6. Not with eye service, as men pleasers, but as the servants of the Messiah, doing the will of Abba Yahweh from the heart.
Obviously, he's not talking about a slave being a servant of the Messiah. He said, don't serve them with eye service and men pleasers. Don't just suck up to them because you want to get some favor with them. Serve the Messiah through these masters. Let's read on.
Verse 7. With goodwill doing service, as to the Most High and not to men.
Don't do it as if you're serving the priest. Do it as if you're serving the Most High. You're serving the Messiah, the Prince, or the Elohim. Let's read on.
Verse 8. Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Most High, whether he be bond or free. And ye masters do the same thing unto them, forbearing, threatening.
And it's the same on the flip side. Masters, priests, rabbi means master. Those who bear the sword, don't come threatening. Brother, you tripping? I'm about to master you. We don't do that. That's not how it goes. Read on.
Knowing that your master also is in heaven.
How we feel if the Messiah always did that. Son, I will anathema you. We would be like, man, this Messiah unstable a little bit. Man, I didn't mean to work on the Sabbath, but dang. Let me get my trespass over. I'm always getting threatened. Most High is merciful. We must be the same way. We bear the sword, but it's not for fear tactics. It's for its specific responsibility. Let's read on.
Neither is there respect of persons with him.
Neither is there respect of persons. We already showed. We can't be threatening the people. We can't be quick to judgment because the Most High will judge you in the last days. Yeah. The Most High said, start not with my congregation, start with my sanctuary. So the Most High is not a respecter of person. The Most High would check anybody. He did not spare even the angels, let alone us. Let's read on.
Verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Most High Abba Yahweh and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of Abba Yahweh that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
Once again, put on the whole armor. Because Satan is and has and was, will be coming with his wiles. It's not a question about it. It will happen. It is happening right now. Let's read on.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of Abba Yahweh, that ye may be able to withstand the evil day, and having done all, to stand.
We wrestle against spiritual wickedness. Even when the people of the congregation become wicked, it's not them. We got to recognize it's not them. It's sin on them. However, you got the rabies virus. I'm not going to stick around for you to bite somebody. I know it's not you. It's not Fido anymore. Not my puppy. It's that virus in them called sin. Unfortunately, you allow it to happen, I got to get rid of you. This is the battle that's going on. Because we are looking to achieve something. Stand with the old armor. Because Satan is coming. Withstand in the evil day, even times of tribulation. Be able to withstand. Let's read on.
Verse 14. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth.
Stand having the loins of your mind girt about with the Messiah, the Prince. Think on him, and don't let Satan come and plant his wicked seed. Let's read on.
And having on the breastplate of righteousness.
Having on the ephod of the priesthood. That will protect you by doing the righteous commandments of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
And your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace.
Having your feet sure and firm in the peace offerings of the new covenant. Woe be unto anybody who says sacrifice is done away with. Let's read on.
Verse 16. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked.
And above all these things, the most chief thing, have the shield of faith. Because the shield of evidence of Abba Yahweh, substance of things you hope for, that will protect you from Satan's fiery darts. As we've gone through in the class, if you want some more detail. We already seen that these brothers that we have talked about earlier in this class did not have with them faith. Let's read on.
Verse 17. And take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit.
Take the helmet of salvation, the diadem that goes in the head of the priest. That will bring salvation too, that Aaron shall put on, or the priest shall put on when they go up to the sanctuary and burn incense for your propitiation, or bring forth the atonement for you. Adorn yourself with this. And what else?
Which is the word of Abba Yahweh.
Read that verse again.
Verse 17. And take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit.
And the sword of the Spirit. As we've been going through for these past 3 classes. Let's take the sword of the Spirit. Take this weapon. We have been on the defensive all throughout this chapter. But now it's time to take the weapon. And that weapon goes against Satan, goes against the nations, the beast, who have got their power from the dragon. And it also goes against even the congregation of the saints to divide wickedness from righteousness. Let's read on.
Which is the word of Abba Yahweh.
Which is the word of Abba Yahweh, which is the Messiah, the Prince. His two-edged sword shall be a guidance for us to know what is righteous, what is not, what is a wheat, and what is a tare. Let's read on.
Verse 18. Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit.
Here is the conclusion of this interdimensional warfare. Here is why we must adorn ourselves with this armor. Here is why we must have the weapon, the destroying weapons in our hands. Read that verse again.
Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit.
That we may supplicate and pray in the Spirit. Because if we don't have the armor of light, if we have sin in the midst, we're not chopping it up with the sword of the word, the kingdom of heaven shall be shut up from us. We shall not go into the Spirit. Let's read on.
And watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all the saints. And for me, that utterance may be given unto me.
And go to the heavens. Come up. That utterance may be given to me. Read on.
That I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel.
That I may meet you in heaven, in the spirit, and that I might open my mouth boldly, that you may know mysteries of this gospel. But nothing defiled can go in the house of Abba Yahweh. So if you don't have your loins of the mind girded about with truth, you have Satan planting seeds in your chamber of imagery. If your foundation is not sure in the peace offering, if you don't have the breastplate of righteousness operating in the ephod of the priesthood, if you don't have the helmet of salvation, the diadem of the priest, you don't have the shield of faith to quench the fiery darts of the adversary, you shall be defiled. In one way or the other, you shall be defiled. And if you don't use the sword of the word to even reprove your brothers and sisters that are around you, that congregation shall not be accepted in heaven. We shall not go up and pray constantly in spirit, because sin weighs down this soul that muses on many things. Sin will restrict you and make you not go up to heaven, where you shall not receive the utterance, the mysteries. This is a reward for fighting the good fight. For accusing Hasatan who sought to accuse you. Curse him so that he can't come against the fruits that you're producing, the fruits of your spirit. And also remove sin from the congregation like they did to Achan when they went against Ai. What'd they do? They lost the battle. What was the judgment? Take that brother and anathema maranatha. We'll just say remove him from the congregation. Because it's so horrible that the ears who hear it shall tingle. Let's read on.
Verse 20. For which I am an ambassador in bonds, that therein I may speak boldly as I ought to speak.
Let's drop that. Let's go to Revelations 1 and verse 12. And so now we see why we must fight this fight. Don't we want to receive the rest? The resurrection? Don't we want to go up in spirit and see the tabernacle of Abba Yahweh? Don't we want to commune with men like Paul? But if there's sin in the group, if there's sin in the camp, if there's wickedness in your chamber of imagery, if you have not fought off Hasatan, and if you have put down your armor and let the fiery darts destroy you, you are not going up. You are not receiving that utterance. Revelations 1, verse 10. On Uriah.
I was in the spirit on the Most High's day and heard behind me a great voice as of a trumpet.
He was in the spirit on the Lord's day. What's the Lord's day? What's the Lord's day? Absolutely. It's the Sabbath. Well, if you don't have that armor of light, Satan will deceive you with some fiery darts and make you think that's the first day. Mm-hmm. John had to go up on the Sabbath day, on the holy day. And if Satan has thrust you due with fiery darts, how are you going to go up to heaven? The Messiah comes and meets you in the tabernacle with the voice of a trumpet on the Sabbath day. You go on the first day, think you're doing something. This is why we must be guarded. This is why we must use the sword of the Spirit to cut off all wickedness, all evil thoughts, because if not, you're going to try to go up to heaven and ain't nobody going to be there. You came at the wrong time. Read on. What did he say?
Saying, I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last. And what thou seest, write in a book, and send it unto the 7 churches which are in Asia, unto Ephesus, and unto Smyrna, and unto Pergamos, and unto Thyatira, and unto Sardis, and unto Philadelphia, and unto Laodicea.
So with the sword of the Spirit and with the whole armor of Abba, John could go up to the heaven and receive these mysteries of the gospel. Let me show you about all the churches, all the millennia, and let me show you Philadelphia and Laodicea, the churches that haven't even come to pass yet. Mysteries revealed to him because he was able to cast down all strongholds and not submit to the works of the Romans who were in power at that time, who were killing all the quote-unquote Christians, who were trying to change the time of worship, the Lord's day, from the Shabbat day to the first day to Sunday, the day you worship the sun. We must have the whole armor of Abba Yahweh, or else we will not be able to go here. Let's read on.
And I turned to see the voice that spake with me, and being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks.
Let's go now to Revelation 4. Let's pick up in the first verse. And so we see John was not just anywhere. He wasn't in Tartarus. He was in the sanctuary. He was caught up to the third heaven, being where the candlesticks are, being where the high priest was, doing this all on, quote unquote, the Lord's day. Let's read on, priest, Revelation 4:1.
And after this I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven. And the first voice which I heard, as it were of a trumpet, talking with me, which said, Come up hither.
He said, come up hither. You have adorned yourself with the armor of Abba Yahweh. Nothing defiled can come into this house, but you have not let your chamber of imagery be defiled. So John, come up hither. Read on.
And I will show thee things which must be hereafter.
And I will show you things. I will give you revelations. I will give you mysteries that are not revealed to people on earth. And so this is why we must war in heaven. We must fight from heaven, because just like the Pharisees, they shut up the kingdom of heaven to men and instructed them on things that will cause them to not leave this earth and stay here. Satan has come with the same devices. I'm trying to stop you from entering into rest. I'm trying to stop you from going to the kingdom of heaven by any means possible. If I can come to you and do that, so be it. If I can come through family and do it, so be it. If I can even come into your congregation and do that, so be it. That's how I'm going to do it. And so we must be protected from the accusation, but we must also have the sword of the Spirit, because without it, we have no way to stop Satan when he brings that leaven into the lump. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 12:2, behind Uriah, and then we're going to go to the apocalypse of Paul. Priest Rashim. 2 Corinthians 12:1.
I knew a man in the Messiah about 14 years ago. Whether in the body, I cannot tell, or whether out of the body, I cannot tell. Most High knoweth. Such an one caught up to the third heaven.
He said, I was caught up to the third heaven with this man, this brother, this angel in the Messiah, the Prince. Read on.
And I knew such a man, whether in the body or out of the body, I cannot tell. Abba knoweth. How that he was caught up into paradise.
He was in paradise. He was in the sanctuary. And Paul, was able to go up there and meet him. Obviously, he wrote about the armor of light. I'm sure he was applying it. And so he went up there into heaven, into paradise, and spoke with him. Well, he's going to say that. Read on.
And heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter.
I heard unspeakable things I can't even utter. Here, at least. Let's read on.
Of such an one will I glory, that of myself I will not glory, but in mine infirmities. For though I would desire to glory, I shall not be a fool. For I will say the truth, but now I forbear, lest any man should think of me above that which he seeth me to be, or that he heareth of me.
He said, however, I have some infirmity. So, although I've gotten an abundance of revelations, he's going to actually say, I could have gotten more. Let's read on, priest.
And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations.
I would have been exalted above measure by all these revelations that I received. But what?
There was given to me a thorn in the flesh.
However, there was given me a thorn. From where?
The messenger of Satan to buffet me.
Satan came to buffet me, to war and fight me. And he stole some of my revelation that I got from heaven, is what Paul is saying. Read on.
Lest I should be exalted above measure.
I would have been exalted above measure by all the revelations, all the words that I've gotten. I was called up to the third heaven with the angels, a man in the Messiah, the Prince, probably Gabriel, who's over the sanctuary, an abundance of revelations. And as he's coming out, Satan coming and buffeting him and taking it from him, stealing it from him. Read on.
For this thing I besought the Most High thrice, that it might depart from me.
For this plague of every time I go up to the sanctuary and get utterance, I start leaving out. And once I cross that veil, Satan is beating me up and snatching it from me. I prayed to the Most High 3 times. Don't let Satan come. Don't let Satan meet me at the sanctuary when I'm coming out. Don't let him meet me at the chambers of heaven, because the kingdom of heaven is suffering violence. Don't let him take that from me, my abundance of revelations. What was the response of the Heavenly Father?
Verse 9, and he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee.
He said, my grace is sufficient. My sacrifice is new covenant. The sword of the Spirit that I have given you is strong enough. Wield that sword. We see the kingdom of heaven suffering violence. We should all want, as the prophecy said, for the young men to dream dreams and the women to receive vision. But Satan is buffeting us and bringing forth sin and transgressing and abominations, even in the congregation, to stop that, just like he stopped Paul. This messenger of Satan came to buffet him. Every time he went up to heaven and got revelation, Satan was there meeting him saying, run them pockets, boy. Let me see what you got. Oh, you got something about Revelation 22? Give me that. Yeah, exactly. Give me that chain, Paul. Took that from him. And the Most High's response was, I already gave you the sword. I already gave you the armor. Go and fight. He's like a good parent. A good father doesn't just solve all your issues. Or else what you learn isn't to fight. You don't learn to be industrious. You learn, I'm going to call my daddy. You 25 talking about, I'm going to get my daddy on you. Time to grow up and be a man, son. Let me show you what to do. How about you do this? Stand up and fight. Oh, the bully's coming and taking your money? How about you stand up and fight? Okay, defend yourself. Let me teach you how to defend yourself, because I may not always be around. The Most High is telling the same thing. My covenant, my grace, this armor that I've given you is sufficient to fight against Hasatan when you are coming out of the tabernacle, when you are trying to go up to heaven and he's blocking you. This is how you fight. Finish that verse up, priest.
Latter half of verse 9. For my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of the Messiah may rest upon me.
That I may glory in my infirmities, because I am weak. Just like anybody, if you go into a battlefield, you should recognize this body is weak. Don't think, I'm going to take 50 bullets and live. I'm going to get shot by 80 arrows and live. No, that doesn't happen. That only happens in movies. Put on the armor, because recognize this body is weak. So I will glory, not in my abundance of revelation that I got that Satan stole from me. I'm going to glory in the fact that I was weak, but I put on the armor of the Messiah. I put on the armor of Abba Yahweh, and I was made strong. This is a glory that we all should do and we shall all seek for. I was once weak, not being able to go. Every dream I had was just black. Now that I put on this armor of light, I'm going up to the third heaven and communing with angels and getting revelations for the improvement of the church. Let's go to the Apocalypse of Paul and pick up in the 3rd chapter. And obviously there's no verses here, so we're just going straight to the beginning of the 3rd chapter. Now, for those who don't have it, you can go on the City of Adam, go to the cart, and you can get the Apocalypse of Paul. You'll see that there. We can pull up the link for them so that they can, for those who don't have it yet, you can download it and read along with us. This is the Apocalypse of Paul, once again, a vetted book. We read through it, and it fits with the scriptures to a T. Apocalypse of Paul, we're going to pick up in the 3rd chapter, 1st verse. Priest Rashim.
While I was in body, in which I was snatched up to the 3rd heaven.
Once again, taken up. They came to Paul and said, come up hither to the 3rd heaven, just like John was in the sanctuary. Let's read on.
The word of the Most High came to me, saying, speak to the people, until when will ye transgress, and heap sin upon sin, and tempt the Most High Abba Yahweh, who made thee? Ye are the sons of Abba Yahweh, doing the works of the devil in the faith of the Messiah, on account of the impediments of the world. Remember, therefore, and know that while every creature serves Abba Yahweh, the human race alone sins, but it reigns over every creature and sins more than all nature.
So it was given to Paul as he went up to the 3rd heaven and got revelations. Go and teach the people their iniquities, as it was given to many prophets before him. Given to Jeremiah, cry aloud and show the iniquities of my people Israel. Paul didn't go on the street corner. Paul went and told us how to wield the armor of Abba Yahweh. All the animals and all the trees and all the living things serve Abba Yahweh. But only man perverts the will of Abba Yahweh. Let's go now to the 8th chapter of the Apocalypse of Paul. We're going to pick it up. Well, obviously there's no verses, so Apocalypse of Paul, chapter 8, we're going to start at the top.
Therefore, at the appointed hour, all the angels, whatever rejoicing at once together, proceed before Abba Yahweh, that they may meet to worship at the hour determined.
As we talked about, the angels come and worship at their appointed hour. In the night watch, the angels are coming to rule the heavens. Read on.
And behold, suddenly it became the hour of meeting, and the angels came to worship in the presence of Abba Yahweh, and the Spirit proceeded to meet them. And there came a voice and said, Whence come ye, our angels, bearing the burdens of tidings?
So now the angels are coming and they're going forth in their courses, in their lots. They have a specific order. And they come in their due season, at their due time. And the Most High says, what is your purpose? What have you done? What are you coming to bring me? Let's go down to the next chapter, chapter 9.
They answered and said, We come from those who have renounced this world for the sake of thy holy name, wandering as pilgrims.
We come to report the good deeds of the saints, who are not of this world, but have forsaken it and are as pilgrims, strangers, sojourners in this land. Let's read on.
And in caves of the rocks, and weeping every hour in which they inhabited the earth, and hungering and thirsting because of thy name, with their loins girded
with the armor of Abba Yahweh upon them, the loins girt to deflect the fiery darts of Hasatan. They are not letting their chambers of imagery become corrupted. Let's read on.
Having in theists hands the incense of their hearts, and praying and blessing every hour, and restraining and overcoming themselves, weeping and wailing above the rest.
Look at that, restraining and overcoming themselves. We already talked about this. The children of Israel went a-lusting for quail instead of the manna. James tells us that men are tried when Satan tempts them on their own lust. They decided upon this armor of light, this armor of Abba Yahweh, to overcome myself even. I must go in my chamber of imagery and slice up with this sword. I had a thought that I want to go out and have fun on the Sabbath day. I know it's Friday night and lights are popping. I had to go and restrain that thought with the sword, with the rod of iron from the Messiah, the Prince. I had a thought. I saw this woman. I know she's walking with her husband. I had to restrain that thought. I was getting tired, and the first lot is coming. And I didn't want to get up, but it's my lot. I had to restrain that thought and say, I'm going to do it. I had to overcome myself. They had upon them the armor of Abba Yahweh. And so the angels are coming bringing a good report. Look at what they're doing. They are fighting to come up to heaven with Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Weeping and wailing above the rest that inhabited the earth. And we indeed, their angels, mourn along with them.
The angels are there too, mourning with us, lamenting this place with us. We're not alone. Not alone by far. Let's read on.
Whither therefore it shall please thee, command us to go and minister, lest others also do it. But the destitute above the rest who are on earth. And there came the voice of Abba Yahweh to them, saying, Know ye that now henceforth my grace is appointed unto you.
My grace is now appointed to you. I have judged and seen your soul. And the sword has not come upon you for judgment. Let's read on.
And my help, who is my well-beloved Son, shall be present with them, guiding them every hour, ministering also to them, never deserting them, since their place is his habitation.
Never deserting them. We see this sword being used to determine, to bring forth judgment. Is he righteous? Is he wicked? These were found righteous. And so the Son, the Messiah, the Prince, shall be with them and shall never desert them, because they have not defiled themselves with ways of this world. But let's look at the flip side. Let's go to the 10th chapter. Pick up in at the top.
When therefore these angels had retired, behold, other angels came to adore in the presence of honor.
Now, once their lot was up, The next ones came in their lot, in their appointed hour. Read on.
In the assembly, who wept, and the spirit of Abba proceeded to meet them. And there came the voice of Abba and said, Whence come ye? Are angels bearing the burdens of the ministry of tidings of the world?
So they were not celebrating, they were weeping, because they got some bad news. Let's read on.
They answered and said in the presence of Abba, We have arrived from those who called upon thy name, and the impediments of the world made them wretched.
Look at that. Read that verse again. Or not verse, but that sentence again.
They answered and said in the presence of Abba, We have arrived from those who have called upon thy name.
There are some who are called upon the name of Abba, who have come the congregation of the righteous. But what?
And the impediments of the world made them wretched.
But they got defiled by the world. They put down their guards. They put down the armor. And the cares of the world have snuffed them out. As the parable of the Messiah said, this sower in the seeds, some were planted on fertile ground, but as they brought up, the thorns choked them out. And the thorns are the cares of the world. These people cared for the world. They did not love their lives unto death, or not love their lives unto death, as the faithful did. That means for us, the apostles were physically killed, but for us, that just means we got to stay away from this worldly stuff. Simple as that. I know my body wants to do X, Y, and Z, but X, Y, and Z transgress the covenant of Abba house. I'm not going to do it. We have it easier. It's harder in some respects, but it's easier in others. It's harder because we don't have the physical example that some of our forefathers had. But even with that, they stumbled. Our covenant is a little easier. We can be anywhere at any time, giving up these oblations in the spiritual realm, meeting with the priesthood in heaven, and it'll be acceptable for Abba Yahweh. And all we got to do is, what? Like I said, just come to the feast. You know, we got a few things we got to do. Whatever. Don't work on the Sabbath day. I'm going to lose a little money. That's it. That's it. Our forefathers faced utter death. Once again, we are scared to talk to our boss. We're scared of our wives. We're scared of these small little things in the world. Our forefathers were afraid because there were literal giants in the land of Canaan. This struggle is harder than ours. They had to overcome that fear. How much of us overcoming a little bit of, I don't know if I make ends meet. I'm going to keep this feast. Homelessness, I ain't talking like that's a small thing. But these people were literally about to go to war with giants. And the Most High was mad because they didn't overcome that fear. Who are we to not overcome that small little fear that we're dealing with today? Let's read on, priest.
Devising many occasions every hour, not even making one pure prayer.
They're making prayers, but not one of them are pure. Read on.
Nor out of their whole heart in all the time of their life.
In all the time. As it said in Jude, these were here from the beginning. From the beginning days, they were already determined this is going to be an agent for sin that goes into the congregation. The whole life, not one pure prayer. I don't care how hard you thought you were praying. Your soul was wicked. Let's read on.
What need, therefore, is there to be present with men who are sinners? And there came the voice of Abba Yahweh to them. It is necessary that you should minister to them until they be converted and repent.
But look at the patience of Abba Yahweh. These angels are like, this is why they're weeping. Man, this brother is wicked. I know he's with the children of Israel in the Exodus, but this brother, all the stuff in his chamber of imagery, Abba, if you saw it, man, you'd be crying too. Most High said, okay, I hear you. But talk with them. Lead them and govern them. So Abba willing, they'd be converted and changed. Read on.
But if they do not return unto me, I will judge them.
But if they don't, I will judge them. I will bring that sword against them. Let's read on.
Know therefore, sons of men, that whatever things are wrought by you, these angels relate to Abba Yahweh, whether good or evil.
Let's go now to the 11th chapter. So now the angels report, whether it's good or whether it's bad. They just do their job. They are faithful and true. If you did righteousness, righteousness shall be reported. If you did wickedness, it shall be reported too. They are not a respecter of person. That's Zamzam out of the tribe of Judah. No, we got it. Nope. Are you wicked or are you righteous? Let's go to the 11th chapter. Pick it up from the top.
And the angel answered and said unto me, follow me, and I will show you the place of the just where they are led when they are deceased. And after these things, taking thee into the abyss, I will show you the souls of sinners and what sort of place they are led into when they have deceased. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power. And there was there oblivion, which deceives and draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices.
The Most High has them coming essentially to his crossroads, with angels there, ready with a two-edged sword to try the hearts and the reins of men who come up, who have passed away, whose souls gather up. And the angels determine, are you righteous? Are you wicked? Let's read on.
These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again I looked back, and I saw angels without mercy, having no pity, whose countenance was full of madness, and their teeth sticking out beyond the mouth. The eyes shone like the morning star of the east, and from their hairs of their heads sparks of fire went out, or from their mouth. And I asked the angel, saying, Sir, who are those? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are those who are destined to the souls of the impious in the hour of need, who did not believe that they had the Most High for their helper, nor hoped in him.
So there are angels that are fiery and filled with vengeance, have the sword ready to execute vengeance on those who did violence in the covenant of Yahweh. Let's go now to the next chapter, the 12th. Because obviously that's not it. There's angels for righteousness. Like Paul 12, pick up at the top.
And I looked on high, and I saw other angels, whose countenance shone as the sun, their loins girded with golden girdles, having palms in their hands.
And there's angels that look like the priesthood. And if you have embodied the things of the priesthood, you shall be joined to them. They have the golden girdle, which is the girdle of the ephod. They have palms and sacrifice in their hands. They have the whole armor of Yahweh upon them that you were supposed to replicate on earth. If you are righteous, you shall go with them. But if you are filled with the flame of wickedness, you shall go with them. Let's read on.
Having palms in their hands, and the sign of Yahweh, clothed with the garments in which was written the name of the Son of Yahweh, filled moreover with all the meekness and pity. And I asked the angel, saying, Who are these, Most High, and so great beauty and pity? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are the angels of justice, who are sent to lead up the souls of the just in the hour of need, who believed that they had the Lord, the Most High, for their helper. And I said to him, Do the just and sinners necessarily meet witnesses when they have died? And the angel answered and said to me, There is one way by which all pass over to Yahweh.
They all come up in one way. They don't come in a different way. The righteous and the wicked all come at the same highway up into this realm, where the angels now, with the sword of the Spirit, shall judge and try the heart and try the soul. Every man will go through this. Let's read on.
But the just, having their helper with them, are not confounded when they go to appear in the sight of Yahweh.
But the just have the angels with them to give a good report, and they shall not be confounded. They shall see the swords, and they are not going to be fearful. They shall be directed to the holy place that they have earned. Let's skip the chapter 13 and go to chapter 14, the Apocalypse of Paul, priest.
I indeed, when I had heard this, sighed and wept, and said to the angel, I wish to see the souls of the just and of sinners, and to see in what manner they go out of the body. And the angel answered and said unto me, Look again upon the earth. And I looked, and I saw all the world, and men were as not in the wanting. And I looked carefully and saw a certain man about to die. And the angel said unto me, This one whom thou seest is a just man.
All right, so now we see the judgment to the just, to the righteous. Let's read on.
And I looked again and saw all his works, whatever he had done for the sake of Abba Yahweh's name, and all his desires, both what he remembered and what he did not remember. They all stood in his sight in the hour of need. And
so
I saw
even the things that you don't remember, they shall be accounted for, because the angels have already reported. They're already written down in heaven. So it's the same with your wickedness. We got a lot of atoning to do, because a lot of us don't remember the wickedness that we've done. So the things that we've done, which we know of and which we know not of, which we don't remember and which we do remember, they're going to be brought up before us. Let those things be righteousness and not wickedness. Let's read on.
And I saw the just man advance and find refreshment and confidence. And before he went out of the world, the holy and the impious angels both attended. And I saw them all, but the impious found no place of habitation in him.
So he saw the angels that are over punishment, over the impious, searching him, using the sword to see, is he wicked, is he righteous? And the same with the righteous ones. And the wicked ones like, oh, he doesn't have the characteristics that fit with duty L. You good, brother. Carry on. Let's read on.
But the holy took possession of his soul, guiding it till it went out of the body. And they roused the soul, saying, Soul, know thy body whence thou goest out, for it is necessary that thou shouldest return to the same body on the day of resurrection.
So once again, if he was not operating with the armor of Abba Yahweh, with the sword of the Spirit, his body would not receive the resurrection. This is the goal, the gift that we're seeking for. And if we pervert judgment, we allow wickedness to sprout up. We don't reprove wickedness even in our own chamber of imagery. This is not what the angels are going to say to us. Let's read on.
That thou mayest receive the things promised to all the just. Receiving therefore the soul from the body, they immediately kissed it as familiarly known to them.
It is familiar, because look at how they were adorned, the righteous angels, or the angels over the righteous, with a golden girdle, the ephod. They had on them the armor of Abba Yahweh. And so they're looking at you to see, do you have the ephod too? Do you have the helmet of salvation called the diadem? Do you have your feet shod with the preparation of peace? Do you have the sword of the Spirit? Oh, that looks just like what I got. Looks just like it. It's very familiar. Come on up where we at. Let's read on.
Immediately kissed it as familiarly known to them, saying to it, Do manfully, for thou hast done the will of Abba Yahweh while placed in the earth. And there came to meet him the angel who watched him every day, and said to him, Do manfully, soul, for I rejoice in thee, because thou hast done the will of Abba Yahweh on the earth. For I related to Abba Yahweh all the works, such as they were.
Jump down to the part where it says, let him therefore be handed over to Michael. So now the angels say, do manfully. I know it's a hard thing. I know death, no matter if you're righteous or wicked, is a hard thing to deal with. But do manfully. Stand up strong and be manful. And come up here. I know you still got some time before the resurrection comes, but come on up and join your forefathers in the second division. You look just like us. You got that whole armor on you. You look just like us. Let's all gather together in this righteous place. Let's read on, priest.
Let him therefore be handed over to Michael, the angel of the covenant, and let him lead him to the paradise of joy.
Come up hither. John, Paul, and all the righteous saints, come up into paradise and join them in sacrifices. Join Michael, the angel over the covenant, for you have done well in the covenant of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
That he himself may become co-heir with all the saints. And after these things, I heard the voices of 1,000,000 angels and archangels and cherubim and 24 elders saying hymns and glorifying the Most High Abba Yahweh and crying, Thou art just, O Most High, and just are thy judgments, and there is no acceptance of persons with thee, but thou rewardest unto every man according to thy judgment.
Let's go now to the 15th chapter of the Apocalypse of Paul. And so he said, there's no acceptance of persons. If this is Israel or the nations, he didn't mention whose soul this is. He said it was a soul, but he was righteous, upheld his covenant. And this is what Satan is trying to stop from you. This is why you must use that sword of the Spirit. Because if you are co-heirs, the Most High has people to resurrect to do the work that was given to Adam. But if the Most High finds no heirs, if he finds no inheritors, Satan's mind is, okay, well, I got to bring up Satan too. Because the Most High doesn't respect persons. How is he going to bring up all the wicked people of Adam and not the wicked ones of Hasatan? This is what Satan's hope is. This is the only shred of hope that he has. So he's coming at you in your chamber of imagery to defile it, amongst the people even, to defile us, to destroy us. He's trying to make every single person wicked. So that the Most High says, I can't be a respected person, only resurrect the wicked Adam. I got to resurrect the wicked Satans too. But the Most High shall prosper. His judgment shall be righteous, and Satan shall not, he shall not excel in what he's trying to do. This is what he's trying to stop. This is why we must all use that sword without respect of persons, because the Most High does not respect persons. He's not going to look at you and say, well, you know, you're my favorite. I like you. I know you're wicked, but I'm going to bring you. Absolutely not. Get rid of all wickedness from our chambers of imagery. And get rid of wickedness even in the congregation. Let's go to the 15th chapter, priest.
And he said to me, look again down on the earth and watch the soul of an impious man going out of the body, which vexed the Most High Abba Yahweh day and night, saying, I know nothing else in this world. I eat and drink and enjoy what is in the world. For who is there who has descended into hell and ascending has declared to us that there is judgment there.
The Most High doesn't see what's in my chamber of imagery. He doesn't see what I'm doing in the dark, says this impious man. But we already know that is not the case at all, whatsoever. Let's go to the 16th chapter.
And when they had led it forth, the customary angel preceded it and said to it.
The same angel that's always there, preceded it and met with him on that same path that the righteous and the wicked both go down. Let's read on.
O wretched soul, I am the angel belonging to thee, relating daily to the Most High Abba Yahweh thy malign works.
I'm the angel that watched over you and reported back and forth. And I know your works are wicked. Let's read on.
Whatever thou didst by night or day, and if it were in my power, not for one day would I minister to thee. But none of these things was I able to do. The judge is pitiful and just, and he himself commanded us that we should not cease to minister to the soul till you should repent.
As we mentioned earlier, the Most High said, I know he's wicked, but keep ministering to him, keep guiding him in the hope that he will change. But now time is up. You live your whole life wicked. Your chamber of imagery was always defiled. You did nothing to purify it. You did not wield that sword of the Spirit. Read on.
But thou hast lost the time of repentance.
You have lost the time. Time is up. It's over with. You have that time while you're on the earth, not when your soul goes up to heaven. Let's read on.
I indeed was strange to thee, and thou to me. Let us go then to the just judge. I will not dismiss thee before.
He said, I was strange to you, and you were strange to me. I'm looking for the ones with that golden girdle. I'm looking for the ones with the loins girded about with truth, with the helmet of salvation. You ain't got none of that. You ain't got none of that. You got some J's on you. You look good. You know, you wearing some Gucci belts. That ain't what I'm looking for. Let's read on.
I will not dismiss thee before I know from day to day, from today, why I was strange to thee. And the Spirit confounded him, and the angel troubled him. When therefore they had arrived at the power, when he started to enter heaven, a labor was imposed upon him above all other labor. Error and oblivion and murmuring met him.
All those spirits met him. Error, oblivion, the darkness, and murmuring met him. All the wickedness, all the spirits of sin that he conjured up on the earth, they came to meet him and give a report on that brother. Let's read on.
And the spirit of fornication and the rest of the powers, and said to him, Whither goest thou, wretched soul? And darest thou to rush into heaven?
All right, slow your roll, buddy. Slow down, buckaroo. We got to talk to you. Why are you rushing up to heaven? We got to do an inquisition. We got to bring the sword of the Spirit to try that soul. Read on.
Hold, that we may see if we have our qualities in thee.
Let's see if our qualities. Yeah, you see the angels of the golden girdle. Let's look at these angels of fire. Let's see if you look like them. You like to punish and do wickedness on the earth. Let's see if you look like these angels that are meant for punishment. Let's read on.
Since we do not see that thou hast a holy helper. And after that I heard of voices in the height of heaven saying, Present that wretched soul to Abba Yahweh, that it may know that it is Abba that is despised. When therefore it had entered heaven, all the angels saw it 1,000,000 exclaimed with one voice, all saying, Woe to thee, wretched soul.
That's a scary sight. You going to heaven, all the angels. You lined up, and all of them are like, woe, woe, woe unto you. Let's read on.
For the sake of thy works which thou didst on earth, what answer art thou above to give to Abba Yahweh when thou shalt have approached to adore him? The angel who was with it answered and said, Weep with me, my beloved, for I have not found rest in this soul.
I have not found that your soul is able to enter into that rest. Let's read on.
And the angels answered him and said, Let such a soul be taken away from the midst of ours. For from the time he entered, the stink of him crosses to us angels.
Not only do you not look like us, you don't smell like us. You stink, brother. You smell like the earth. You came up here bringing for anybody go into a farm and you go into the pig pen or the cow kennel. You go with that. Yeah, it stinks. It smells horrible. This man's bringing all that earthly primal stuff. Yeah, exactly. You can hear it smell down the road. Anybody been behind a truck? You driving, you're like, man, that smells something crazy. Then you drive another 2 miles and there's a truck carrying cattle. That smell was going all the way down the highway. This is what happened when this brother came up to heaven. Brother, you brought that earthly stuff up here? This thing stink. Man, send him. Yeah, exactly. Smell like outside. Smell like outside heaven. Send him to Dudiel, where the people like him shall meet him. Jump down to where it says, let him therefore be handed over.
Let him therefore be handed over
brother
to the
stink. Real.
Let him therefore be handed over to the angel of Tartarus.
Not to the angels of Michael. Let me hand to the angels of punishment. Read on.
Who is set over the punishments, and let him place him in outer darkness, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth.
The angels with the sword of the Spirit divide the soul. And this is how they can try it. We as men, we look at somebody and they can make their outward appearance look beautiful. They can make it look great and splendorous, and they can speak all these smooth words. The angels look at him like, this brother stink. Brother smell like, what do you call it? Straight truck juice.
Yeah, garbage truck juice.
Straight garbage truck juice on the side of the road. The angels looking at it like, this stink. We look at him like, oh, he looks great. He's fashionable. He's clean cut. He's always got some cologne on. That brother's on point. The angels look at that soul. That thing is trash.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read on.
And let them be there till the great day of judgment.
Let him be there until the great day of judgment. This is once again what anathema maranatha means. He's not there to be saved. He's there until the great day of judgment. He's there in Dudiel being punished and tormented with weeping and gnashing of teeth until the Most High brings him into the abyss. Let's go now to the 9th chapter. Let's drop that. And let's pick up at the top of the 19th chapter. Apocalypse of Paul, chapter 19. Then, Free Shariah, we can go ahead and get ready to end it. We'll go to Genesis 3 and 24. Or 3 and 23, actually.
The angel answered and said unto me, Hast thou perceived all these things? And I said, Yes, sir. And he said to me, Follow me again, and I will take thee and show thee the places of the just. And I followed the angel, and he raised me to the third heaven.
Once again, being caught up again into the third heaven, the place of the just. Let's read on.
And placed me at the entry of the door. And looking carefully, I saw, and the door was of gold, and 2 columns of gold, full above golden letters. And the angel turned again to me and said, Blessed wert thou, if thou hadst entered into these doors, for it is not allowed to any to enter except only to those who have goodness and innocence of body in all things.
Only those who have goodness, innocence, who have upon them the armor of light and quench the fiery darts of the adversary, for he's seeking to defile your soul. Only those who purge out the leaven, who use the sword of the Spirit to cast out the rebels, who remove the ways of the world from their chamber of imagery. Only those shall be those who enter in. Anybody else shall be cast out. Angels not going to let some stink come up to the sanctuary. Where the incense, the sweet smell rise up to Abba Yahweh. You're not coming up here smelling like the cattle on earth. Let's go now to the 20th chapter, priest.
And when I had entered into the interior of the gate of paradise.
This is what it is. That third heaven is paradise. Paul, who had talked about the armor of Abba Yahweh, had it upon him, and he was able to enter into paradise. Let's read on.
There came out to meet me an old man whose countenance shone as a sun.
Once again, as he said in Ephesians 6, have the whole armor of light that you may go up into the Spirit and receive utterance. Just like Paul went up to the Spirit and received utterance from his forefathers, from great men, which this is Enoch. He went and communed and spoke with Enoch. We must have the armor of light that we may go into the sanctuary. We must go up there in heaven and commune with Paul and all the other forefathers as well. Let's read on.
And when he had embraced me, he said, Hail, Paul, beloved of Abba Yahweh. And he kissed me with a cheerful countenance.
Let's drop that. Let's go now to Genesis 3, verse 23, priest. And so we see now that we must have this whole armor of light to stand in the ways, the wiles of the adversary, for he shall deceive us. His whole goal, as we went through in this series, specifically this part about the swords of the Spirit, is to kill, to steal, and destroy. He's trying to kill your soul so it can't go up to heaven. He's trying to steal your inheritance. And he's trying to destroy everything that you set your hand to. Don't let that be. Come with the sword of the Spirit and slay him. Slay Leviathan, for we are the battle axe of Abba Yahweh. And also purge out the leaven, even amongst ourselves. We must do it. And we must do it often. Once again, you don't clean something once and say it's good forever. Neither do you purge the congregation once and say it's good forever. But we don't bear the sword in vain. We don't use it as a threatening weapon. We use it not because we want to, but because we need to. Because I'd rather be maimed in heaven than whole in duty hell. Let's get Genesis 3 and 23, Priest Uriah.
Therefore the Most High Abba sent forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken.
So Adam and Eve were deceived by Satan, and he defiled their soul. The angel said, Adam, you used to be bright and brilliant. Now you stink. Get out of this sanctuary. You can't come back here anymore. And what happened?
So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life.
And the cherubim had the sword of the Spirit to bring forth judgment upon Adam, and said, you are blocked from coming up here to the third heaven. You shall not enter in, Adam, to the tree of life. This is the punishment that was placed upon us. This is what Satan came to defile, to destroy, is your access to the chamber, your chamber of imagery, to go into that third heaven, to go up to the tree of life. But the Messiah came to change that. Let's go to 2nd Ezra, Priest Uriah. 2nd Ezra chapter 8, we'll pick up in the 42nd verse.
I answered then and said, if I have found grace, let me speak. Like as the husbandman's seed perisheth, if it come not up, and receive not thy rain in due season, or if there come too much rain and corrupt it, even so perish man also, which is formed with thy hands, and is called thine own image, because thou art like unto him. Though for whose sake thou hast made all things, and liken him unto the husbandman's seed. Be not wroth with us, but spare thy people, and have mercy upon thine own inheritance, for thou art merciful unto thy creature.
So Ezra is petitioning, for he sees the destruction of Israel and says, this is your inheritance. Abba, I pray, don't destroy them. What the Most High or the angel of Abba reply with?
Verse 36, then answered he me and said, things present are for the present, and things to come for such as be to come. For thou comest far short that thou shouldest be able to love my creature more than I.
You come far, far short, Ezra. You think you can love my creature more than I love it, says Abba Yahweh? You think you can love the angels of the fifth day more than I love them that I had created with my own hand? You think you love the children of Israel more than me who has brought them as my sons, as my inheritance? Who are you, Ezra, to think you can do that more than Abba Yahweh, more than Elohim? Yet I will still cut them off. I will still punish them. Once again, who are we? With the anathema maranatha, with the sword of the Spirit to cut people off. It's not for our own pleasure. It's not because we want to. It is the decree from heaven. The angels themselves are saying, brother, you stink. And you did not change your garments. You did not take off the filthy garments and put on the garments of white. The angels have decreed this. Not us, not man, not the priesthood. Once again, the priesthood is just the battle axe, just the weapon, just the tool. Don't blame the gun. Blame the person pulling the trigger. And the priest ain't pulling the trigger. We just doing the work. We can't love. It's impossible for man to love the creation of Abba Yahweh more than he himself. And so when we do that, we're disobeying orders. Just like Saul. This is the creation of Abba Yahweh. These are the Amalekites. I can't kill them all. The Most High made these cattle. I can't kill them all. Brother, you are rejected from being king over Israel. You think you can love the Amalekites or the cattle or the king more than Abba Yahweh who created them? I told you what to do. Now go do it. This is the same thing that we have. We have the sword of the Spirit to cast down all strongholds, to make variance between father and mother. You think you love your father more than the Most High who created him? You think you love your wife even more than the Most High who created her? Or your husband? Or your brother, your sister, your son, whoever it is? Absolutely not. You didn't create him even if it was your own child. You didn't create him. The Most High created him in the womb and brought him forth. You don't love them more than Abba Yahweh who loves them. And even he, in his firmness and his sternness, cut them off from being his. Whom are we to reject the will of Abba Yahweh? Let's read on, priest.
I have oftentimes drawn nigh unto thee and unto it, but never to the unrighteous.
I have drawn oftentimes. I have my angel always ministering them, seeking for them to repent, and they did not. So who are you, Ezra, to say who should be accepted and who not? Let's read on.
And this also thou art marvelous before the Most High.
However, I respect what you're doing. I respect your pity and compassion upon all the people. Read on.
And that thou hast humbled thyself as it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous.
I appreciate your humility. I appreciate that you are petitioned for the people. I'm gonna cut them off. Don't. That's not gonna change. They are going to be removed. But you got a righteous spirit, brother. Let's read on.
For many great miseries shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride.
Misery shall come upon them, the weeping and gnashing of teeth. They shall go and meet the angels, and they shall say, P.U., brother, you stink. Get out of my face. You don't look like us. Read on.
But understand thou for thyself.
But for you, Ezra, for yourself, and people who shall be like you, who have adorned themselves in the armor of Abba Yahweh. Read on.
And seek out the glory for such as be like thee. For unto you is paradise open.
Unto you, paradise is open. The cherubims were there blocking Adam from coming with the flaming swords, with the sword of the Spirit. But unto you, and brothers who shall come like you in your example, the angels shall remove the sword. Paradise shall be open. Read on.
The tree of life is planted. The time to come is prepared. Plenteousness is made ready. A city is builded, and rest is allowed.
Rest is afforded you. The sword shall not come for judgment upon you, for we have searched out your soul, and it is righteous. We have searched it out with a two-edged sword, sharper than any sword, and divided you from the wicked. And we have judged your soul as righteous. So when Adam had the flaming swords blocking him from coming up, for Ezra, of those who will follow suit, the door was open. The cherubims have removed the flaming swords, and our souls shall be found acceptable. Like the angels, when we look like them, having the ephod, the breastplate of righteousness, having the helmet of salvation, we shall enter to paradise. We shall eat from the tree of life, and rest shall be afforded us. Read on.
Yea, perfect goodness and wisdom.
Perfect goodness and wisdom. This concludes the class on the sword of the Spirit and this series. I pray that everybody can receive this message and see why it's so important. Because Satan is looking to cut you off from entering into the sanctuary so he can be back there. Rest assured, he ain't doing it just because. He's trying to take your place. He's trying to take your position. It is a war, a battle, a fight. Because Satan wants what you have. He is coveting everything that was promised to you. And he wants that promise. And he will stop at nothing to get it. But he lost it first. He was the one who utterly rebelled. Adam was deceived. And so the Most High is merciful on us. Yeah, he gave the sword, he put the sword even to Adam and blocked him from giving access to the city of Adam, to the sanctuary. But for us, paradise is open. Only one that can take it away is Satan deceiving you. So gird yourself up with the whole armor of Abba Yahweh, that you may stand against the wiles in the day of judgment, in the evil day. And with the shield of faith, take the sword of the word to purge out all leaven from ourselves, from the world, and even amongst the congregation. With that, we'll open the floor for Q&A for any brothers and sisters that have any questions. We'll start as we usually do. We'll start at our sanctuary. Start the audience here, and then we'll go online for anybody that has any questions regarding this class. All right, no questions? Oh, yeah. All right, any questions in the audience? All right. Well, if there's no questions in the audience, we can go online and check to see if there's any questions.
Shalom, priesthood.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I'm not sure this is like not a good question, but when you was talking about the utterance, were you saying like that's connected to the sword? I didn't understand it.
No, that's a good question.
Okay.
So what he's talking about there is not just the sword, it's the whole armor, everything. So in the beginning, he said take on the whole armor. So you can't neglect one. You can't say I have the shield of faith and not the breastplate of righteousness. You have to have the whole armor. Even though the shield of faith is the most important, you have to have that. And with this armor, you must have the sword. And when you have all these things, once you've completed this whole system, we already know what these components do. The shield of faith protects you through the faith that you have, protecting you from the calamity that's going to come. Breastplate of righteousness is the priesthood operating in that method so your sacrifice is not tainted. Having the helmet of salvation, having the salvation that comes through the priesthood, and all these things. And with that, the sword of the Spirit will cast down the strongholds and the wickedness that's in our chamber of imagery so that we can go up to heaven and just like Paul, speak with our forefathers and receive utterance, receive the mysteries. So it's not just the sword, but it's the whole armor with the sword that gives us access to to receive that utterance from our forefathers. I think the sister had another question.
So is that connected to like having living waters flowing from your belly? Like, is that connected to it? I don't know.
Well, as he mentioned, he talked about these people who passed away, their soul that was righteous, that had the armor, shall go and join our forefathers. Where do they join them at? Where do the souls go? Absolutely. What's that second division called? The land of living waters. And so that they shall be joined there, and the living waters come forth. It talks about that in the tree of life there was waters, or in the sanctuary there are waters that sprout out, that come out and water the tree of life, and living waters flow from it. And so they are directly connected to the sanctuary. So that's what it's talking about, is that once you have achieved these things, once Satan has not defiled you, you shall go to that place of living waters and be joined to our forefathers who live righteously in their covenant.
And that would be Abraham's bosom, what they say it's called, or something like that.
You said Abraham's bosom?
Yeah, I know that's what people call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, not quite. There's people, Abraham is praying for us, as we talked about. And so are many righteous forefathers. Same thing happened with the Messiah. When he was about to be crucified, he got comforted, quote unquote, in the bosom of Moses and Elijah. So essentially when they're talking about that, they're talking about Abraham is petitioning the Most High for his saints, even of this day. Because once again, as we mentioned, the same reason we must purge out the rebels, because if there's iniquity and wickedness and we fall short, we don't just ruin it for ourselves. We don't just ruin it for the congregation of today. We ruin it for all the forefathers that lived righteously in times past. So all those generations, all the people of all their millennia were praying for us today so that we don't fall short. Because as it says in Hebrews 11, without us, the promise shall be of none effect. So that's essentially what it's talking about. It's not talking about Abraham as living waters coming out of his bosom. All right. Any other questions in the audience?
Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Great class.
All praise the Most High.
Yes. Matthew 11, verse 12. And from the day of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence. Why from John the Baptist?
Because John the Baptist was preaching that seventh covenant,
Okay.
which that covenant would take away Satan's strength. And so in the sixth covenant, in these carnal covenants, Satan has all the power. He can accuse you daily. He can accuse you day and night. All he's got to do is sprinkle a little pork juice in your tabernacle, and he's won. But he can't go up to heaven and defile this tabernacle. And so when John the Baptist came on the scene, obviously he's not saying that there was no violence before then, because he goes on and say all the prophets prophesied until John. So, but what he is saying is that at that point, Satan said, I'm pulling out all the stops. I am going to be exceedingly violent. And so we see that all his works were to stop the consecration. We even see when the Messiah was on the cross, even then he wasn't done. He's like, let me put some poison in them, so poison this sacrifice. So at the point that John the Baptist came, that was a sign, that was the mark that the new covenant was coming. And Satan was like, that is going to ruin everything that I've been working for. So, good question. Any other questions in the audience? All right. We can go online.
Our first question online comes from Brother Nicholas Henry. It says, Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Great class, as always.
Praise the Most High.
I have a question about a man who caught up in the third heaven. Is Paul talking about himself?
No, not. Now, we just read it, actually. Well, we didn't go all the way through it in the Apocalypse of Paul. We stopped short for time's sake. But he was caught up in the third heaven, paradise. You got to recognize where that is, too. It's the sanctuary. He was being connected to the sanctuary. And Paul wasn't the first man on earth. And he wasn't the first man to live righteously. So there were many forefathers before him who came, who lived righteously, who inherited that same inheritance. And he shall be a co-inheritor. When the doors of paradise were open, he was caught up in the third heaven. Who came out to meet him? Anybody know who read the Apocalypse of Paul? Anybody know? Who was that first person who came out and met him and said, Paul, beloved of Abba Yahweh? Nope. Not Samuel. You say, Elijah? You're close. Close because of the vowel that starts name. What you got? Yeah, your hand up, no answer? What you got? Maybe it'll come back to you. You just throwing out names now, huh? Anybody? What you got? Absolutely. There you go. It was Enoch.
They got to go back and watch the first class.
Yeah, exactly. Enoch came out and met him. One of the first forefathers from the first millennia came out and met him. And Paul obviously wasn't only talking to him. It goes on. He was talking to these other great patriarchs. So he's caught up in the heaven talking to some of these other great men. So he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about a brother online mentioned too, Enoch. He was talking about some of these righteous forefathers who he met. And we see the same thing in Revelation. John talked to an angel. He bowed down and worshiped. He said, what you doing? I'm just like you. I was a prophet just like you. I'm here giving you utterance. I might be Zechariah. I might be Seth. I might be one of them. Don't bow down and worship me. Worship I'll be Yahweh. So, caught up not talking to himself, talking to the forefathers.
My next question comes from Brother Michael Jackson. It says, Shalom.
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 How does a congregant wield the sword of the Spirit?
That's a good question. And so, remember that we all have parts to play in this. We are one body. And so, if a body is wielding a sword, the hand is holding it, the back is swinging it, but the foot is keeping you balanced. Everybody has a component to play in it. And we see in Revelation 12, there was war in heaven. Who was fighting? It wasn't the saints. It was Michael and his angels against Hasatan and his angels. And so now we have our part to play. We on earth must combat those on earth. Not, once again, your brother and your sister. That's not what the sword is against, but those witches. People like Balaam and Balak, and they do still exist to enchant and bewitch us. The angels are fighting in heaven, and we are fighting from heaven with them against the accusers here on earth, here in our plane, in our dimension. And so we, even amongst the congregation, when we bring forth the time of the incense, or we bring forth the time of prayer, that's the time to mention the accusations. And once again, anybody wielding a weapon must be trained. What did the Messiah say when he was on the cross and people were taunting him? Forgive them, Abba, for they know not what they do. He easily said, accuse them, Abba, curse them. That's not who he cursed. When he came, but some people think the Most High is saying, or he even said, your enemies, don't persecute them. He's not talking about all your enemies. He's talking about these small little battles that you encounter daily. Somebody cuts you off in traffic. Don't be that one. Man, I'm going to curse you in the oblations. That ain't even worth your time. But obviously, we know the Messiah is not saying everybody who's your enemy, don't curse them. How do we know that? Because he came to the Pharisees and said, you viper, you are a son of Satan. You have no connection to Abba Yahweh. He was over there going hard on them. Because that was like essentially at that point, that was his counterpart for wickedness. And so he brought forth condemnation, severe, strong condemnation on the Pharisees, those who shut up the kingdom of heaven. And so these are the people we should be looking for, those who are shutting up the kingdom of heaven. And this goes beyond the people that you even see on TV or politicians or whatever. We're not out here talking about curse Donald Trump. We're talking about the people above him. There's people above him. There's people above the presidency who are really calling the shots. Those are the people that we're after. Those witches and warlocks who are accusing us day and night. Those people, the spirit of Balaam upon them. Balaam wasn't the ruler of any country. But he came to the rulers and the governors and directed them on how to engage in the witchcraft against us. So in the oblations, in the sacrifices that we're offering daily, I'll be willing, this is going to be an allotted time to bring forth those accusations, to wield that sword. Make sure you use it appropriately. This is not for somebody you're just angry with. These are for those who are enacting actively the will of Hasatan upon the earth. Hopefully that answers the brother's question.
I think that's it for right now.
Okay.
I do have something to say. So
I think that was it.
So when someone's wielding the sword, you're saying use it responsibly, right?
Absolutely.
So like it kind of makes me think about when someone learns like a martial art or something like that. I was taught that when you win the battle if you don't fight.
Yep.
So would you say that has a lot to do with being humble? Like you can win a fight by being humble?
You can say humility. You can also say wisdom. Wisdom shows you how to de-escalate a situation without having to fight, whether it be physically or whether it even be spiritually. As Paul said, servants be subject to the masters. But masters, don't be threatening just because you have the power. So if we have the sword, we're not just threatening people. As we said, brother, I can anathema you. You better sweep that floor. Brother, you better shine my shoes. I can anathema you. We ain't doing that. That is to no avail. You're just troubling your own house. A lot of times humility is a brother has offended me. Somebody has offended me, even personally. And it's not about, I can anathema you. It's about, hey, let's work this out. Let's move on. Whatever. We'll work this out because we brothers and we're going to move on. Avoid the fight. Avoid the contention. Just like you said, with a physical weapon. You win more fights by not fighting at all. Most people already know. Most people who know about fighting, they say don't fight. The best thing you can do is walk away. You only use that as a last resort. It's the same thing with us. We only use the sword as a last resort. We talk to the brother. We commune with the brother. We said, brother, you are in danger. You are going wayward. They still didn't listen. Then we came back and said, brother, we're going to tell you a third time. Brother, we're going to tell you a seventh time, brother. We don't want to do this. When the brother says, nope, sin offerings done away with. I ain't giving no sin offerings. And you told him 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Now it's okay, brother. That's like you backed in the corner and somebody got a knife, but you got that gun. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I backed up. I've been backing up this whole time. Yeah, exactly. I just said, pop, pop. That's it. No more questions. We done. So, absolutely. Use wisdom, de-escalate, but when it comes down to it, priests don't wield it in vain. All right, all praises. Any words from the priesthood?
Not having.
Okay, all praises. Well, once again, this concludes the series of interdimensional warfare. We are in a war, no matter if you believe it or not, whether you accept it or not. You are in a war. Don't put down the armor. Don't be like the people who provoked Abba Yahweh in the days of the wilderness, who shall not enter into rest, because Satan is trying to steal that from you. That's what the war is about. He's trying to stop you from entering the kingdom of heaven and steal your inheritance from you. Don't let him do that. He had no issue using the sword against you. Don't be slack in using it against him. Let's stand strong. And once again, the feast is upon us. We are about a month out from the feast. Let's get ourselves ready. Let's start getting ourselves tuned up for the feast so that we can come and worship the Most High in sincerity and truth, purging out the old leaven and being unleavened in sincerity and truth. So we're going to release the registration very soon, Abba willing. Make sure you're also supporting with your tithes and free will offerings, because in doing so, you allow the priest to be strong to wield that sword, to defend you as well. And so let's make sure we're supporting. And also, if you haven't learned about faith, you need to. I don't know why the book's not up here. We've been showing it every week. Show the book. Or bring up the link to the book. Okay, it's over there. You can see if you look at all the books lined up here. We got several because we seek to be studious to know about the will of Abba Yahweh. But the book of faith. There you go. Sister got that. She got her book. make sure you are studied up on faith, because above all, you must take the shield of faith. Make sure you have that, and also be on the lookout for the next edition, Calendrical Bible Study Guide. This year is coming to an end, and we're looking to bring out the next one. And as we mentioned, we are looking forward on the City of Adam to bringing out an exhaustive course, not just one class, not just two, but a whole course, a whole series of videos about the calendar and all the ins and outs about it. And that's going to be exclusively for the saints on the City of Adam, Abba willing. So make sure you join us on the oblation line. Stand strong, have your loins girded about with truth, and do all to stand in the evil day that is here and that is to come. May peace always be multiplied amongst all the saints. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.